So much is missing, so much to lose. You must be different, then rearrange. Can't pin it down, but I know it's not the same. Well, that's alright. This premonition is killing me, but that's alright. I must be crazy, I must be seeing things.
The world is about to be shaken, and most people have no idea what's coming.
Nobody has a clue, man, because most people don't read the Bible, unfortunately.
Yep.
But the final countdown is here, guys. The 6,000-year clock is almost up. The world is about to see the greatest prophecies shift all time.
Mm-hmm.
So
people need to wake up. If you're listening right now, it's time to get right with Jesus, because what's coming next will change the world forever.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. And family, we're not done yet. The next section will expose how global leaders, including Trump, may be setting the stage for the final prophetic fulfillment. Daniel 9:27. He will confirm a covenant with many, 1-7. In the middle of the 7, he will put an end to sacrifice and offerings. Josh, we need to shift our focus to one of the biggest questions surrounding the third temple. Who is going to help Israel build it? Is Trump a builder? Oh, he is. Wow. Because let's be real, Josh, this is not just a Jewish issue. It's a global issue, and we have a reason to believe that former President Donald Trump may be playing a prophetic role in the last day events.
Tariffs work, and President Trump is proving that every single day when new companies from around the world are pledging to invest billions of dollars in the United States of America and our workforce. Today, we had Hyundai announcing $20 billion in American investment, $5 billion in the great state of Louisiana to build a steel plant. Why? Because President Trump has implemented a 25% tariff on steel, and he has told companies around the world that America is open for business, and you won't face any tariffs if you bring your production to the United States. You will have low taxes, low energy costs, and you will have the best workforce in the world. You will hire American workers. And so every single one of these investments, the American people need to understand this is more money coming into your community. This is your hometown where you grew up that has been shuttered because globalists have sold you out, reviving again. Factories where your neighbors are having good paying jobs, where more money is going back into your pockets. And every time you go to the store to purchase a product, you're no longer seeing made in China on the back. You are seeing made in America on the back. That's President Trump's vision with these tariffs. And every day he is proving that they work, and he is making America wealthy again.
They wrote checks for whatever you wanted. whatever they could do, whatever they could make up. Hey, we need to have a department to figure out how hippos feel about having lipstick on after 5 p.m. How about $5 billion for that? Sounds good to me. And they did that. And now the Doge has come along. And now we're burning documents and they're doing this stuff because we're going to see how corrupt this was. It was more than any other time because at least you had a president who had his own greed, his own ideas, his own team. We didn't have any of that. So that's why everyone's freaking out over
We just had a wonderful cabinet meeting, all aligned on certainly the effort to realign the government. But even at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, we've canceled a $300,000 contract educating on food justice for queer and transgender farmers in San Francisco. A similar contract we canceled in New York, again, educating transgender and queer farmers on food justice and food equality. I'm not even sure what that means, but apparently the last administration wanted to put our taxpayer dollars towards that. We canceled a $600,000 contract out of Louisiana that was studying the menstrual cycles of transgender men, a $600,000 contract. We canceled another contract out of a university in the middle of the country that focused on getting more diversity, equity, and inclusion into our pest management industry. Again, these are nonsensical. It makes zero sense to use taxpayer dollars to fund these. I know these are just a few examples of the hundreds and hundreds that we have found.
Israel has always been interested in controlling American minds. And now when you understand that they blackmailed the Rockefeller family, which prints American books, the Rockefeller family, which is involved in American medicine, okay, you start to ask a lot more questions. And the evidence is overwhelming that they've always had an investment. Of course, there's no way they could have survived this long without taking over our military, okay? Without taking over or blackmailing and getting involved, the Mossad and the CIA. I think they're the same body and they have been for a very long time. This is me speculating now. Take it or leave it. I really don't care. I literally do not care what name you're going to call me for thinking. I'm going to think while I still have permission to. And as I said, I think the evidence is overwhelming. In many ways, I would say Israel has been so ahead of us in terms of understanding the importance of education and the information war and propaganda. Example, Wikipedia. A go-to source. Again, like I said, they just pop up everywhere. A go-to source for so many people regarding what the facts are. You do a quick search, Wikipedia comes up first. And then you find out via a video of Naftali Bennett, who became a prime minister. The prime minister of Israel is in this video I'm about to show you, discussing how as soon as Wikipedia hit the map, they were infiltrating, training Zionists to become the editors. This is a real clip of a future prime minister of Israel. Take a listen.
With My Israel has arranged instruction day for wiki editors. The goal of the day is to teach people how to edit in Wikipedia, which is the #1 source of information today in the world. As a way of example, if someone searches the Gaza flotilla, we want to be there. We want to be the guys who influence what is written there, how it's written, and to ensure that it's balanced and Zionist in nature.
Did you hear him talking about it on the radio? Did you try to read the writing on the wall? Did that voice inside you say, I've heard it all before? It's like deja vu all over. By day, I hear the voices rising, starting with a whisper, like it did before. Day by day, we count the dead and dying, ship the bodies home, while the networks all keeps going. Did you hear him talking about it on the radio? Could your eyes believe the writing on the wall? Did you stop to read the writing at the wall? Did that voice inside you say, I've seen this all before? It's like deja vu all over again. It's like deja vu all over again.
Welcome, Patriots, to Patriot News Broadcasting. We're on a little bit early, aren't we? Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there at the beginning. It came on like a copyright. It usually doesn't happen that quick, though. I wonder if it was that little Nintendo bit at the very beginning that got it. That's okay. We just start over. So here we are. Good to see you guys. It's moving fast. March is really, really moving fast. And somebody made a video that had a really good theory about that. I was watching last night. Nonetheless, we're going to look at the news today. Then there's some new one. Then we're going to look at that Johnny Gosh story a little bit that we were talking about last night. This JFK stuff gets a little wackier day by day, I gotta admit. Trump made the comment that he thinks it was Lee Harvey Oswald with a little bit of help. So it raises so many new questions like who showed William Cooper what? Was it fake? Were they implicating the driver just to throw people off the trail or make a scapegoat? I suppose you could go further with that and ask if William Cooper was a fake, but you'd be crossing some lines there. So, and then, you know, Miss Luna said she thought there were two shooters. I don't know. Then that one guy said there was going to be all this really crazy stuff we were going to see in the files, and people feel really let down about all that. Maybe it's because we all knew that stuff already. I don't know. April 2nd. That's what I'm talking about, cracking. All right. Let's go ahead and jump into things, see what's going on. I did want to read this weird Trump post from yesterday. President Trump announced today that the United States of America will be putting what is known as a secondary tariff on the country of Venezuela for numerous reasons, including the fact that Venezuela has purposely and deceitfully sent to the United States undercover tens of thousands of high-level and other criminals, many of whom are murderers. And yeah, you know, that might be a good reason to be pissed off. We did get the files eventually, though. It's going to implicate Biden. This is a fake article, by the way, but I thought it was funny. I had to share it. Elon Musk disguises IRS building as a Tesla dealership, so Democrats will burn it down. Well, it didn't work because people are still burning Teslas, in fact. It's a small Tesla. Maybe it's because it's white. Nobody likes white. You guys like white cars? Yeah, so no go on that. That thing fried, didn't it? You got some Some of the tires left. A little bit. And, you know, when they're not getting set on fire, they seem to keep getting keyed.
You don't know what happened? No.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah. You as well, sir.
I saw nothing. A guy in orange pants. What orange pants? Nasty fuckers.
So, you want to talk about what happened here? No. Okay. I don't know what happened. You didn't see that puzzle?
I don't know what happened.
Okay. Well, we had something.
Bob, did you see anything? Jill, did you see anything? I didn't see anything. Yeah. Not a good time to drive your Tesla. Maybe just keep it parked in the garage. Not that that's going to help, because your address is probably already out there on the internet. So there's that. President Trump drops a major hint that he may already know who's funding the left-wing terrorists attacking Tesla nationwide. He suggests these backers could be familiar figures, people he personally knows and the media glorifies, implying they are high-profile individuals who will face serious consequences. Attorney General Pam Bondi also announced that the DOJ will pursue the death penalty for violent criminals. Everything seems to be connected. Yeah. You think it's a bluff? I don't know. Probably not, honestly. Can't communicate anything in this world now without it going on record. You can fart and it goes on radar. Trump revokes Secret Service protection for former DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. I know we kind of mentioned that the other day. I just, since somebody posted it again yesterday and it's Alejandro Mayorkas, I thought we'd get a good laugh at it again. He's the reason we had so many violent illegals in the country. One of the reasons. So if you've watched the news at all today, by now you know that former United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Jessica Aber, was found dead on the morning of March 22nd. I don't know why it just kind of hit news last night, mainly. She was 43 years old. We take a deeper look into why Biden's attorney is dead.
Former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, Jessica Aber, was found dead at her home in Alexandria, Virginia. Aber had stepped down after Trump took office in January. Alexandria police announced that at around 9:18 a.m. on Saturday, police responded to a call about an unresponsive woman. Upon arriving at the scene, authorities located a deceased woman who they later identified as 43-year-old Jessica Aber. Details of her death have not been released so far. However, police believe Aber died of long-standing medical issues. ABC News reported 2 top officials close to Aber's death probe, saying she died of natural causes without any potential foul play. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner was assigned to determine the cause and manner of her death. Aber was nominated for the post by President Joe Biden and served from 2021 until her resignation on January 20th, the same day Donald Trump took office. In her resignation letter, Aber called her role an honor beyond measure.
Very young.
Former U.S. Attorney for Eastern District of Virginia, Jessica Aber, was found dead in her home on Saturday. Just 2 weeks ago, I made a video regarding a Mossad spying operation, and I'm finding out now that she was part of the team investigating it. She posted this in November of 2023, exactly a month after October 7th. After we extradited this defendant from Israel, he pleaded guilty to recruiting and facilitating the illegal entry of Israel citizens into the United States with fraudulent tourist and visitor visas. This is what's shocking me right now, is just 2 weeks ago, I made a video regarding how the Israeli Mossad entered the United States around 9/11 on the East Coast, conducting intelligence operations while pretending to be employees for mall kiosks.
Documents say they, quote, targeted and penetrated military bases, the DEA, FBI, and dozens of other government facilities, and even secret offices and unlisted private homes of law enforcement and intelligence personnel. The majority of those questioned, quote, stated they served in military intelligence, electronic surveillance intercept, and or explosive
Maybe
ordnance
she wasn't
units.
so innocent.
Another part of the investigation has resulted in the detention and arrests of dozens of Israelis at American mall kiosks, where they've been selling toys called Puzzle Car and Zoomcopter. Investigators suspect a front. Shortly after the New York Times and Washington Post reported the Israeli detentions last month, the carts began vanishing.
This is what's crazy. If you look at the investigation she was a part of, it is from the government's website. Foreign national pleads guilty to role in immigration fraud and money laundering scheme. Shai Cohen, 39, admitted to organizing and working with others to recruit and facilitate the illegal entry of Israeli citizens into the United States under false pretenses. Guess how he did it. Upon arrival, the non-citizens were employed at various kiosks, owned and operated by Cohen and his co-conspirators in malls in Virginia and Maryland. Non-citizens who were engaged in illegal employment were primarily compensated for their work by under-the-cash table payments or the transfer of money to stored value payment cards. Cohen and his co-conspirators also made foreign and domestic financial transactions in furtherance of and to promote their criminal scheme. This sort of scheme, using mall kiosks as a front company, is a Mossad operation straight out of their old playbook. I have no information regarding U.S. Attorney Jessica Aber's cause of death. What I do know is this investigation she uncovered is very reminiscent of an Israeli Mossad operation.
That's what I was just about to say. Leave it to Israel to leave a mess that does kind of have Mossad written all over. Not good. They're still sticking to the natural causes story, but, you know, I don't know. Israel will clean up their crap, I suppose. Weird story. We keep going here. You guys were talking about April 2nd, Liberation Day again. Trump made an interesting mention about Easter, and, well, it actually comes back to this post, so let me play what he says here. Listen closely.
To ease the guidelines and open things up to very large sections of our country as we near the end of our historic battle with the invisible enemy. You're going for a while, but we win. We win. I said earlier today that I hope we can do this by Easter. I think that would be a great thing for our country, and we're all working very hard to make that a reality.
I don't know. Somebody pointed out that Easter is 4 days after the resurrection of Lazarus. I think that was what the post said. That was where the John F. Kennedy post thing came in. But the point is, I thought it was interesting what Trump said there. The war with the invisible enemy. Would be nice if it were over by Easter. It would be very nice. Officially over. Whatever you want to say. So we're after Greenland again. This is why President Trump wants Greenland. Tulsi Gabbard's annual ODNI threat assessment sheds light on how China has been quietly installing itself in Greenland for the purpose of capturing not just critical minerals, but the foreseeable huge Arctic shipping lanes opening up due to sea melt-off. By 2040, the maritime industry is expecting huge new polar and northern sea routes for global trade. This new route will become as equally important, maybe even more important, than the Panama Canal. So you could see why it makes Greenland a bit important. Important enough because Vice President Vance is there again, supposedly trying to make them an offer they can't refuse. Very cold. Wonder if he went snowboarding while he was there. do you think they let the president and the vice president go snowboarding? Probably not, huh? They won't let him drive. It sucks. President Trump signed an executive order to strengthen election security. This is something that's going to take the forefront of our conversation soon enough. Cutting federal funding to states that refuse to implement election security measures, deploying DHS resources to prevent illegal immigrants from voting, and directing the DOJ to aggressively prosecute election crimes, especially in states that failed to comply with federal election integrity laws. We take a quick look at this.
Election fraud, you've heard the term. We'll end it, hopefully. At least this will go a long way toward ending it. There are other steps that we will be taking in the coming weeks, and we think we'll be able to end up getting fair elections. Perhaps some people think I shouldn't be complaining because we won in a landslide, but we got to straighten out our election. This country is so sick because of the election, the fake elections and the bad elections, and we're going to straighten it out one way or the other. And it's an honor to sign this one. To sign all of them, but to sign this one is a great honor.
I'm sure we will hear more about what that entails soon enough. Basically, they said they want to modernize some of the equipment and its methods. That should be interesting. Shouldn't take much, really, all you have to do is actually want to secure the election, I think. The Trump administration is set to freeze $120 million in grant funding for Planned Parenthood, and might be a deeper purpose to that.
I just want to follow up on that. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, would you look into the harvesting of baby organs that they've done throughout the years and maybe go after some criminal prosecution on that?
Well, I think you're talking about a subject that is a heated subject, and we'll look into it. We're going to look into everything, but that's certainly a subject that's been debated for a long time, and we will look into it, yeah.
Mr. President.
Cheers to whoever asked that question. Isn't it nice seeing, a year or two ago, that would not have made the news. They would have made sure it didn't make the news. Awesome. The CDC cancels $11 billion in COVID funding allocated for state health departments. That's one big hit to the health industry, the not so nice health industry. And we'll talk about these big pharma ads too real quick are taking a hit.
So you know who the third one is that's keeping cable in business?
Pharma.
Do you know what percentage of every dollar on sponsorship and ads cable TV gets from pharma? What percentage is from pharma? Percentage. For every dollar. Percentage. So think about movie commercials, car commercials, clothing commercials, all these different companies that do commercials, so many industries.
Something
that do
ridiculous like 70%.
It's 75%. You're right. 75%. So check this out. Watch how crazy this is. Okay.
How is that even legal to do that?
Can you, while I'm doing this, just on your phone, Google what percentage of pharma cable advertisement? It's going to come up saying 75%. Now watch this. 75%, right? Stay with me here. So now we have to answer the question. Is it moral to advertise getting more people taking drugs? Okay. What's wrong with that? It's their choice. They got to do it. No problem. So then why is it out of nearly 200 countries in the world, only 2 of them allow pharmaceutical companies to advertise on TV, and the other 198 don't? Who are the 2 countries? U.S. and New Zealand. Why? Wait. I don't know. You mean to tell me Germany doesn't allow? Nope. You mean to tell me China, Japan? Nope. Not even Venezuela? No.
Damn, that's
Canada?
crazy.
No. Only 2 countries. Yes. Why? I don't get it. Because they allow it. 75%.
Why? Because, well, one, they actually care about their health, and 2, because they don't care if the cable industry goes bankrupt. But now that nobody watches cable TV anymore, they're trying to swamp your streaming services with these health ads, these prescription ads, and I don't know, YouTube's plagued by a bunch of scam ads, I think would be the right term. Scam ads, bunch of crap they sell. Yeah. So anyway, those big pharma ads, they're making a play to put a stop to that here in the United States. We'll see how that goes down the line. That would be awesome. The past 3 weeks at Social Security has been executing a major cleanup of their records. We've seen a little bit of this. Approximately 7 million number holders, all listed age 120 plus, have now been marked as deceased. Another 5 million to go. It's so ridiculous. Isn't it ridiculous they even have to do that? Anyone older than 120. Sorry, 300-year-olds. It's the end of the line. Should have played the Traveling Wilburys for you. No more vampire Social Security. A couple more health things I wanted to share real quick. I would just put them together for the hell of it. The Trump administration is closing the Office of Long COVID Research and Practice. I guess they don't believe in long COVID. And this, interestingly, says, newly released JFK files reveal the Pentagon's role in creating Lyme disease and COVID in the same lab. I have not read that article, but I wanted to share it with you. I did not have time. Excuse me. Whew. I came across that at the very end, right before we started the show, so we'll keep an eye on that one. And if you remember yesterday, Trump and the judges were kind of going at it again. Boasberg, he was trying to block the rest of the deportation flights under the Alien Enemies Act, and then they were requesting further information, and Trump's trying to block that information.
This morning, the Trump administration has invoked the so-called state secrets privilege, trying to stop Judge James Boasberg from asking any more questions about how President Trump used a wartime power to deport hundreds of Venezuelan migrants. Judge Boasberg did not immediately respond to last night's legal filing, which could allow the White House to block the use of evidence in court. Boasberg is considering whether the administration defied his ruling earlier this month when he ordered planes carrying the migrants to turn around. Those planes kept flying to El Salvador. The U.S. Court of Appeals yesterday heard arguments after the White House asked the three-judge panel to step in. Judge Patricia Millett demanded to know why the Venezuelans were deported without due process.
Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemy Act. People weren't given notice. They weren't told where they were going.
The administration's lawyer pushing back.
Well, Your Honor, we certainly dispute the Nazi analogy.
Arguing Trump was exercising core presidential powers. The administration says many of the migrants are violent gang members, despite some having no criminal history in the U.S. At least 5 have filed declarations denying they were ever in a gang. And now we're learning 8 female detainees were also flown to El Salvador, but had to be returned to the U.S. because El Salvador was accepting only men. A photographer there when the planes landed says many of the migrants appeared stunned when they arrived.
It was as if they had just been plucked out of a nightclub or something, the way they were dressed and everything.
Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
You know, I was going to say, she might be right that the Nazis actually got better treatment because they got put on airplanes and flown to America. But then again, so did the Venezuelans and the El Salvadorians. My, how times change. Not. What do you guys think about that crap? They didn't get told where they were going. They're very violent criminals. We could send them in your house, Judge. Oh, so last night we caught the end of a story that was just coming up, I think, about rumors that war plans about the plans to attack Yemen had been accidentally sent to the Atlantic's editor. And Pete Hegseth is saying it did not happen, but, you know, these guys got some troubles for it anyway in Congress today.
Your question was, have I participated in any other group chats sharing classified information? To be clear, I haven't participated in any Signal group messaging that relates to any classified information at all.
Okay. Director Gabbard?
Senator, I have the same answer. I have not participated in any Signal group chat or any other chat on another app that contained any classified information.
That's a good start. They're not having group texts about, classified information. So far, so good.
I'm going to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not. Are you denying? Matt, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat.
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat. Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a Signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you.
So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was Signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. So my communications, to be clear, in a Signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee.
There was no classified material that was shared in that.
So then,
Signal
if there was no
chat.
classified material, share it with the committee. You can't have it both ways. These are important jobs. This is our national security.
Pretty wild, huh? Okay, so not not so good, huh? So maybe they were talking to each other in some kind of group chat. Is everybody a moderator? Technically, we've never really had the need for a moderator, I would say. I don't think we've ever used a moderator. It's just because we're all equals. It's that simple, really. Not too complicated. Either way, supposedly, out of everything that was just said there, Pete Hegseth's not having it.
Can you share how your information about war plans against the Houthis in Yemen was shared with the journalists in the Atlantic? And were those details classified?
So I'm talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again, to include the hoaxes of Russia, or the fine people on both sides hoax, or suckers and losers hoax. So this is a guy that peddles in garbage. This is what he does. I would love to comment on the Houthi campaign because of the skill and courage of our troops. I've monitored it very closely from the beginning. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration. Our troops, our sailors were getting shot at as targets. Our ships couldn't sail through. And when they did shoot back, it was purely defensively or at shacks in Yemen. President Trump said, no more. We will reestablish deterrence. We will open freedom of navigation, and we will ultimately decimate the Houthis, which is exactly what we're doing as we speak from the beginning, overwhelmingly.
Why were those details shared on Signal, and how did you learn that a journalist was privy to the targets, the types of weapons used?
I've heard I was characterized. Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that.
Kind of seems like he jumped around that story and was more backing up his reasoning for attacking the Houthis in Yemen. I'm sure no one directly texted a journalist. Did he somehow end up in a group chat? How that would happen, I wouldn't know. I really don't know anything about the Atlantic. I don't know if that's a conservative or liberal media outlet. Either way, whether it happened or not, we did begin to attack the Houthis again. So it seems like that the journalist might have known more than he should have. I don't know what that situation is, but it seems like John Ratcliffe was trying to be honest there. You can't lie on Congress, and you start looking like the Democrats, and then everything starts falling apart. So they got to be careful. If they make a mistake, just admit the mistake. Tulsi Gabbard kind of seemed tight-lipped there. I don't know, girl. Did you make a mistake? It happens. This was a story we covered briefly at some point while covering something else.
Thing USAID got in trouble for is when they were essentially sustaining the world's heroin supply. 95% of the world's heroin supply, came from Afghanistan.
Why were they doing that?
Well, so USAID's one of their close partners is another USAID adjacent entity called the U.S. Institute for Peace. Its office is right next to the State Department in Washington D.C. It was created by Congress. It gets $56 million a year from taxpayers. And in 2023, the U.S. Institute for Peace wrote a white paper that said that told the Taliban not to shut down the heroin, not to shut down the poppy fields, because it would create a, quote, economic and humanitarian disaster. That basically, this is the State Department. They're fully funded by the U.S. State Department.
The problem is they never should have been reopened again anyway. Those fields were closed down before we re-entered Afghanistan in 2001, to my understanding, and there, wasn't much of a problem. They kind of created an opiate problem. Apparently, we've been giving this department $56 million a year to make sure our children die on the streets. So, lovely, huh? Gotta love USAID. Goodbye, USAID. All right, let's see what else I got here before we get to the main show. How about the birthday wish? I gotta show the birthday wish. Maybe you guys can help.
President Trump, my name is Denver Moore, and I'm going to be 104 in May, and I'm inviting you to my birthday party, the 17th, here in Canal Fulton, and I'm living in a rest home called Danbury, and I got to vote for you again, and I hope I can vote for you some more.
Awesome. He's a World War II veteran, Army Air Corps. You should come and visit him. He wants you here for his birthday.
So I know the volume was down a little bit on that. That's World War II veteran. He's going to be 104. He's trying to get Trump to come to his birthday on the 17th.
President Trump,
my
name is Denver
awesome?
Moore.
Canal Fulton, Ohio.
I'm going to be 104.
Any of you guys have a connection to President Trump? I don't know. You can share it. That's what you can do. Share it all on your social media. Maybe we can help Denver Moore get his birthday wish. That would be really nice. So wanted to share that with you guys. It's nice. There's still There can't be too many of our World War II veterans left. You know, I remember when the last World War I veteran died at some point. It was years back. That's, I don't know, sad. But he's going to have a happy birthday, hopefully. You can do it, Trump. So, let me share this with you.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum for your attention. This memorandum requires the immediate declassification of all FBI files relating to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. This was obviously one of the instances of the weaponization of law enforcement powers of prosecution against you and others. We believe that it's long past time for the American people to have a full and complete understanding of what exactly is in those files.
Which gives the media the right to go in and check it. You probably won't bother because you're not going to like what you see. But this was total weaponization. It's a disgrace. Should never happen in this country. But now you'll be able to see for yourselves, all declassified. Is that correct? Would you say? All declassified?
Yes, sir.
Everything?
The FBI file with there's a classified annex, but other than that, this will put everything in the public eye.
Is anybody going to look? What about you? You going to look? And frankly, the FBI should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the Department of Justice, and so should Biden. Okay?
Based on what we've seen from some of their files and what they did to the Epstein files, it wouldn't be outlandish to think maybe they didn't even keep files during all that. You know, Peter Strzok just walked on out with them. Hard telling. We'll see what that brings. The other day we briefly caught wind of something that Trump said about joining the British Commonwealth, and somebody made a video kind of clearing up what that meant, and I wanted to show that to you guys. Let's check it out.
The United States to become part of the Commonwealth. This was the secret offer from King Charles to Donald Trump. And it's been interesting to read a lot of the comments from Americans that say, no, this won't happen. Trump should say no. We've got our independence. We fought for our freedom. We don't trust King Charles. And what people are unable to grasp is Donald Trump is in full control. We can see that the world leaders have to report to him. We can see that it's him that's trying to stop all the fighting in other lands, like the Middle East, trying to stop the wars in Europe. It's Donald Trump. He's the negotiator. So being part of the Commonwealth, there's 56 nations there, and there's the 4 English-speaking nations as well, Canada, Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand. And what Americans have to also understand is that the patriots that have been fighting for truth, that have been sharing Donald Trump, standing up for Trump, standing up for truth for a very long time, has helped awaken many, many Americans. And we all know that Donald Trump is part of anything, especially the Commonwealth, is a good thing for the world. It unites us, it connects us. And the rule of law was one of the ways that we could be more connected. Donald Trump's going after criminals all around the world. And at some point, we've heard of the MAGA King, return of the MAGA King. Well, there's a right possibility that the royal family are going to be involved with a lot of investigations. A lot of people have been calling out for the Epstein files. Well, Prince Andrew has his link with Epstein, and we haven't really uncovered
Not learning anything.
If we get to the stage where a lot of controversy does come up about the royal...
Whoops. Sorry, guy, I wasn't learning anything, but... Check this story out. I caught on to this one last night.
She was an actress with big potential. Then Brittany Murphy died young. Well, now a new HBO Max documentary is looking into the star's troubled final years.
It's your first look at the blockbuster documentary that reveals new chilling information about the mysterious death of actress Brittany Murphy.
The Diddy scandal has taken an even darker turn, with allegation now suggesting he may have poisoned some people who knew incriminating things about him. Recent reports claim that new witnesses have joined the investigation, allegedly linking Diddy and Ashton Kutcher to the tragic death of actress Brittany Murphy. Both Murphy and Diddy's ex, Kim Porter, died young, with their causes of death ruled as pneumonia. The eerie similarities combined with their connections to Diddy are fueling growing suspicions and leaving fans questioning if there's more to these stories than meets the eye. Now, over the years, Diddy has been rumored to have been behind some shocking stuff, from the ending to Tupac and Biggie, to allegedly wanted to end Kid Cudi because he wanted to date Cassie. But one rumor that has always stuck with Diddy was his involvement in the Brittany Murphy mysterious passing away. So, at first, Brittany's death was ruled as pneumonia, combined with anemia and some over-the-counter meds. Sounds straightforward, right? Wrong. Then came the whole mold theory, where people thought she might have died from black mold poisoning. But guess what? No evidence of mold was ever found. So that theory was out. But here's where it gets really shady. Brittany's dad wasn't buying any of it, so he hired a private investigator, and boom, they allegedly...
That's the first time I had heard about any connection there. Maybe that's some old news, but I don't know. It seemed kind of interesting. Maybe the new news part of it's proof that she's been murdered. I'm not sure. I saw the thing about SEAL Team 6. I think they were just calling what those guys were given golden tickets. I don't think they meant actual golden tickets. That probably sounded stupid. Okay, moving forward here. Almost one time. But I got a few things left we got to look at. Actually, I have a lot of things left we really need to look at. But we're not going to have time. I suppose since we're on stars, we could show the weird Justin Bieber post real quick.
Are you ready to be heartbroken? Are you ready to be heartbroken? Well, you better get ready.
It's really sad too. His post says, I got anger issues too, but I want to grow and not react so much, shaking my head. But the post shows a bunch of shipping crates and then a tiny baby on a baby blanket. Pretty creepy, huh? Ominous. But I suppose that's his way of making a point. At least people are starting to do that. That's a plus. Now we can move past the stars. Trying to think of where to go next. We need to keep moving though. I want to show you a second of what this guy has to say real quick and see what you guys think, if you agree in any way.
The people are easily fooled by the liar politicians, but these lying actors who are the rulers now in this democratical tyranny, who stage theatrical shows by standing against hated individuals or hated ideologies such as the DEI or the trannies. These half-staged and semi-scripted shows for the media reinforces the belief in the majority of white Americans' hearts that this liar politician is indeed their messiah, that he's making America a respected nation again by giving them small and minor feelings of momentary relief that a potent nationalist leader is caring for them now. With that false belief that they give to the masses, they reinstill trust in this democratic system in them, making them feel saved for the moment, for 4 years, at the price of losing everything. Because migrants' entrance to your countries will not be stopped by this democracy and the leaders it gives us. They're a mockery of rulership, because a ruler is not really a ruler if he doesn't truly put the freedom of his people first. But they don't, and they put Israel first. Only an absolute ruler who's honorable and is not a follower of the lie would. They distract you from the alternative path that you must tread, from the alternative noble path that you must tread. The only path that can turn this thing around, the path of being a fanatic, being an extremist, being a far-right white Christian extremist. And they have you preoccupied. They distract you with this false sense of winning when you could accelerate things around. They are threatened. The Jews are threatened because they know a great noticing is taking place. So by having clowns or people of their own control the oppositions, or by people who are deranged lowlives saying the same crucial truths that we do, by doing that, they want to null the effects of our message and make it seem invalid and make it seem that it's unimportant and it's nothing special, because it has been said by the heroes we gave them and nothing really happened. So let's discard these unimportant opinions.
So why do they all think we're extremists? Things moved in a fast fashion in the beginning, in a almost extremist political manner, you could say. Sort of like when Obama got in office, things were swinging back and forth really quick. I don't know if that would be the right way to put it either, but extremists, I don't get it. Do you guys get it? Am I just not getting it? Is that it? Sounded like Sammy Hagar for a minute. I didn't catch that. All right. I think it's probably time for Juan. There's other things we will look at after we watch these things. We'll watch one thing and go to another thing. I have some things. I have a few things. But we don't have that much time in the night, so I'm trying to stay organized here, like Big Mike's. That's funny, Gingeroo. All right, let's put one on. I'll be in the chat. We'll look at a few stories after that, and then I really want to look at that Johnny Gosch story, because that one I had never heard before. Came up last night about him coming home years later and going into hiding, and it's kind of a deep story. So we will take a look at that. Is this my one?
Comments. Chief of Staff,
Yeah.
You've said it on several podcasts. Chief of Staff, are you
Is that government?
Is it a government deal, or is it a
No, it's
person-
our own operations, and
Okay.
I have a number of.
I better make sure that that's part one and not part two. You guys kill me by the time we figure it out. Just
James
gotta
Boasberg,
make
President. SCOTUS, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Vice President. Judge Amit Mehta, Secretary, in a meeting held at her court. Judge Beryl Howell, keep going up. Justice Professional Award. Justice John Roberts, Honorary Bencher of the Middle Temple. Wasn't it something else that the Judge John Roberts broke ethical conduct and stuck up for his brother Boasberg? George Soros has funded a fellowship at the Middle Temple where John Roberts is a master of the bench. This is all bullshit. It's all kabuki theater.
I wish
Do me a favor
part one
and take
part
this,
two.
if you would, JC or Mermaid or someone, take this and put it underneath the videos
I'm gonna assume
on
this is
X
part
and
one. I'm
in
gonna
the
skip ahead
comments.
here,
Put this link for Rumble and everywhere else so people can go check this out. With that said, we're gonna bring in Juan O'Savin. We're gonna talk about this kabuki theater and the fact that you're all slaves. I got lots of questions for Juan. And with that said, Juan, welcome to the show.
Hey, Joe. Two quick things within this context. Let's all remember, how did we get this national health care? When it came down to the critical vote, Justice Roberts went in the direction that was not conservative, that reflected how he even got to the Chief Justice position, allegedly. And by the way, were similar star chamber operations. Apologize on the right there. Similar star chamber operations in process affecting the National Health Care Initiative when those decisions were made. This isn't something that just started the other day. We've been fighting these types of operations for a very, 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 very long time. And it's only because of the sunlight coming from activities orchestrated by President Trump that we're now beginning to see how things are really done behind the scenes. You wonder why injustices are occurring. It's because of these star chambers working against us, but not in plain sight. How do you fight these ghosts? Okay, remember shadow government and Cheney talking about every time he had a fake heart attack, he's over helping to orchestrate the shadow government. It was a joke, but it was the truth. And by the way, how many of those in this current tribunal are on the payroll actively at senior executive service? That's one of the things we have to check out. So, Joe, by the way, I wanted to thank you personally for, and I know you have an interest in it too, but the work you did to pull a rabbit out of the hat and post the Tina Peters Day, Mark Cook helping out over there, giving a place to work from. That was such an important day, and I appreciate that you put the studio and everybody's help in to make that happen. We're all working together. It's a team effort to get Tina free of these monsters.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. What Tina Peters is going through right now is, I'll tell you this one. It was avoidable. Had they just had somebody run an image, and anybody could have run an image. They could have run an image. It would have been really easy. They didn't charge her with anything related to making the image. They charged her with things that they found because they did this jiggy stuff, this, take an ID from this person, hand it to this person, bring in someone from the outside. Like, anyone with a half a brain and a $200 program could have made the image. Right. Yep. And so I have a real problem with, and I'm just going to say it, the retarded people that in essence set Tina up for failure because it allowed for them to get their bite of flesh from Tina. That no one was going to be able to. Yes, the defense was kept from making a defense by the judge, and the judge is absolutely corrupt and conspired with the DOJ and everyone else. But the reality of it is Captain Dum Dum was running the whole show there, and caused Tina to be put in a position where you're arguing from a position of weakness because you can only look at one brick, and the judge was really good at making sure that he couldn't see at any other bricks.
I sat with Tina during the evening right after she made her statements at the event out there in the Dakotas. And I spent about 5 hours with her that evening. I was the first one to really get a chance to sit and talk with her. I warned her not to trust anyone from that point forward because they're all probably going to bail on her because this is going to be too big a deal. And I tried to work through with her ways that she could begin to back out. That was my first chance to ever meet Tina. In retrospect, looking at all of this, one of the things that I've said repeatedly, and I think you're very aware of it, your audience has got to be aware of this. There's no room for superhero syndrome in what we're doing here. There's no room because not one person is going to be able to own this. Not even Trump himself as we take back America. This is a God thing. And it's a team effort. Look at all the people that have had to come together, close ranks on multiple issues to try and work to get the country back under control, to take back the helm of the ship of state. And it's one of the greatest things ever. This Orange Revolution being committed against America is being defeated not by a citizen, not by one person or one single even group. We have amazing groups or teams of people that have come forth across the country, put their own blood and sweat and money all the way in on this stuff. For any one person to try and claim the credit like they're the superhero, or push other people out of the way so they can get all the fame and glory, hijack this amazing citizen operation to retake our country back is wrong. It's inappropriate. And we are going to win, but it's going to be because of several groups, audiences working together to educate individual citizens, friends, neighbors, coworkers, things like that, on what's going on. And then this majority of clear thinking, right thinking people retaking control of the helm of the ship of state that's been hijacked by a bunch of pirates, including people supposedly going to come in on a cape with a cape and do it for us, which isn't going to happen. That's not, God will not share his glory with us. And at the end, it won't be any man that gets to claim the credit completely for doing this. We have lots of heroes. Man, there's some people within this broader movement that are just stunning with the sacrifices they've made, the efforts they've put forth, putting their own personal fortunes on the line. I get that, but it's not just one. A whole bunch of people have put everything, every penny they got, into trying to get the country back without expectation of ever being repaid or made right, just because it had to be done, and all of the time and effort. Those are my heroes, man. A lot of pretty, otherwise maybe even bland Americans just doing what they know how to do to get the country back. I am, that's America. That's Americana. That's what I just love about the people that are behind the scenes I get to be around and work with every day.
Juan, we see this, what you're talking about, this hero complex pretty significantly over the last 4 years. It was almost it was as thirsty and selfish as I think you either had ops or people sabotaging other people or stepping on other people. Don't talk to this person. I mean, it got crazy almost to the point where it took a lot of good people out. A lot of good people stepped out of it and said, I can't do this anymore. Right.
Yeah.
And now we're past President Trump getting into office, and I see the same sort of thirst towards that heroism, but now those same sort of people are turning against Trump and saying, "Oh, we got to get rid of Pam Bondi, and we got to get rid of." We're only 60 days in. You got all this. Get rid of all these people, and I'm thinking to myself, no, like let's settle down. Let's work the problem. But that hero, see, he can't do it. Let me do it. I see it.
Yeah. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yes. It's like you got some of the most retarded people out there. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, these people have never, ever just taken a swim, taken a breath.
Yep. I was mentioning with my chief of staff, Matt Mack, the other day, a particular incident that happened years and years and years ago. And we had a particular situation where in another country where there was no going back and there was no going left or right. There was only one way forward. Time was the issue, and we had to power through a particular town with some obstacles. And it was pretty dicey. And we made it through. All of us were like, oh, my gosh, how did that happen? I can't believe we're still here in one piece. And the reason I say that is because all of us should have a bit of a sense of that. We had to go through what just happened with the election. But getting safely to the other side of it isn't the end of the fight. We still have to take this the rest of the way home. And you can't lose your wits under fire. You can't lose your focus and direction. The things that got us here are the things that are carrying us the rest of the way. And some of these players, there's a moment where some people just get tired, and I get that, but that's not an option.
Right.
Failure option. We have to power through the rest of this stuff. And the core of what the Trump this piece of history is going to be about, defeating the deep state. Jennifer and I have this imagery that we have on our site of Trump as the matador, the megador, taking on the deep state bull. And Roseanne, when she said it at one of the rallies, her campaign motto when she ran for the Libertarian Party, there goes the pretty babe over there. Gosh, I wonder who she's related to. Anyway, my wife. But you know the motto that Roseanne had: "Forget the bullshit, kill the bull," and that's really what we're after here. We don't want to be bogged down with all the bullshit. Trump is drilling holes in the foundations of the deep state, and a lot of that money that's being cut off, slowed down, choked out, is the money that they've needed to buy all of these people, these positions of power, to do their little conclaves and star chambers. By cutting off that core money, you're choking out the deep state bull. And we're not coming in to just wound it. You know, in a bullfight, bulls do survive the 3 rounds of the bullfight more often than you would think. Yep. And if they do survive, then they're nursed back to health and put out to breed. And so every bull you face in a bullfight, the matadors know almost exclusively is the spawn of a bull that survived a bullfight. They're winners. We're fighting this deep state bullshit and bull behind it. And it's coming from winners that have gone before, playbooks that have gone before. A half measure, letting it survive and breed more of these monsters, is not an option. So we have to see this all the way through. We drill holes in the foundations of the deep state. We take out all of their supports. And then we place the explosive devices and we bring the whole house of cards down. That's what we're doing. That's what Trump. And by the way, people that say that Trump has Elon in there illegally, excuse me, no, it's not.
He can hire anybody he wants.
That's right, man. Contractors do all the work. A lot of people don't understand this. In the intelligence community, the real work isn't done by the agents and officers. And the reason is because they have certain restrictions and all the reports and everything else. It's impossible. It's all done by contractors. The real heavy lifting. They just hand their stuff over to these officers and agents that compile it and send it through the right place. I used to tease Robert David Steele, who was a CIA officer before he left and went into retirement. I used to tease him about being a file clerk and some of the other guys.
So just I'm glad you brought up Robert David Steele. I spoke on a tour that he was on. Mm-hmm. And when he went into the hospital in Florida, I talked to him the day before that, and I was like, listen, do not listen to the doctors. And he wouldn't listen to me. He would not listen. He wouldn't listen to anybody.
Well, let me give you a little background on that. And because you're exactly right. Let me just clear the air on one thing here. Robert wanted me to do the tour with him. He had asked me about it before he ever even started it. And I had suggested that a bus tour around the country would work, but you needed to go slow and then allow for people to go between station to station. He wanted to use the motorhomes, and I said, well, you can have a motorhome if you want it for you, but it's really a bus tour, so you can take people along with you between these locations. And so he went away that it really wasn't what I thought was best. And there were some personal reasons why I wanted to do it, which I understood, but it was highly expensive at the time, and I thought a relatively low return. And so I gave him, 6 figures to get started, but I wasn't willing to pay into it further. And that kind of, was a little bit of drama between he and I, because I just wouldn't support it the way it was, because I thought it was a misapplication of funds. That didn't mean that we weren't friends and I didn't communicate regularly with them. Okay. I loved Robert. We spent a lot of time together. When Robert first got into this, I had all sorts of people telling me, no, don't meet with him. Don't talk to him. Don't anything. I'm like, I'll sit with whoever I want. He
Me
comes
too.
from my
You know how
tribe.
many?
Okay?
You know how many people? You know how many people actually told me that? Stay away from him, Joe.
Yeah. Come
Yeah.
on, man. You and
And
I
then-
both had the same bullshit.
And then you know who he told me to stay away from?
Who was that?
Chuck Faddis.
Oh my
He said,
God.
"Stay away from Chuck Faddis." I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, really? He said, "Tell me more." He goes, "Yeah, I'm not telling you anymore." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah. Well, but see, how many of these people, and it's on innuendo and some
Yeah,
secret
it's all
little
innuendo.
thing or whatever. And I'm like, seriously, come on, man. This is a team effort. Let's work together. But the thing about Robert, here's the other little detail that a lot of people don't know about what happened with Robert. I had talked with him, prayed with him in each of our dinner meetings, and given him a couple of things that were very personal. That when you're doing this kind of work that he was in, sometimes the only guy that can really talk to you is somebody else that's actually been in that realm. It's very hard to explain what's happened or how you got where you're at mentally as an outsider. So we had some pretty close communications, and I had related to him a story about the miners in England when there had been this huge revival in England. And they worked the tin mines and the coal mines over there at that time in the mid 1800s. And what happened was when this revival happened, the mines stopped working right because the miners went back to the mines and they had changed so much during this revival that they no longer cussed or swore. And the problem for all of the animals, the donkeys inside these mines, the mules, was if you didn't put cuss words in front of and after every word you spoke, they didn't understand what you're telling them to do.
Right.
So the miners were working to be more kind with the animals and to talk differently, and the mines weren't working right. But that's how deep the change was in their heart and souls. It wasn't just a surface thing. It affected the community around them, even into the work. And I had said that to Robert, in the passing, in about 2 weeks before Robert passed, while he was healthy, he had the real deal come to Jesus moment and gave his life to Christ and realized a couple of things that he and I had talked about privately. He just had to go attack those and deal with them. And I knew just how real his conversion was because one of the people that was with him on the tour in those days afterwards said, and he never said another cuss word or swore again after that day. And it was all the way in his heart. And when he got sick and went into the hospital, part of what was in the background was he had a very serious type of asthma from an inhalation injury. He had breathed in some hot vapors in something that he was doing when he was in the military. And it had seared his lungs enough that, and anybody here that's ever had like asthma or things like that, a breathing situation, when you can't breathe, it's like the TV commercial, I feel like I'm a fish out of water. Okay. It's very, very scary. And he was, when the COVID got to him, he couldn't breathe. And so he went in the hospital to get oxygen. And he left specific instructions of who could allow any treatment for him, including that he specifically stated he absolutely did not want to be intubated under any circumstances, which is what I told him. He just wanted oxygen. They got him in there, gave him a knockout dose, which he wasn't aware he was getting, to make him stop fighting, because he was saying no to all the other treatments. He just wanted to be in a situation where he could have oxygen because he was supposedly combative. They sedated him. And then while he was sedated, secured from somebody that wasn't an approved person for making his medical decisions, the approval to go ahead and intubate him, and it was only a matter of time then. And we had tried to get him out of that location and off the intubation, but we were, it happened so fast. We needed probably another 12 hours, and we didn't get that. And so the rest was history. When this is all shaken out in the years to come, that's going to be one of hundreds and hundreds of stories that are very similar that are going to be heard. And all of that, the COVID and everything, was all about a militarized effort out of China with help by the Cubans, Venezuelans, some Canadians, Serbians, and this Global East, the deep state operation, including into our own Defense Advanced Research Program, which Zuckerberg is a creation of, and some of the other players domestically, to steal the leadership of America through a fraudulent vote 2020. And when people finally fully realize those drop boxes and those weird paper ballots that came out of China through Singapore up to Vancouver, BC, and down into Seattle and out into the national mail system, all of those operations were an act of war. Tina Peters is in prison right now because of an act of war. Think about that.
Well, I mean, they've been stealing elections, though, since then. 2022 was no better than 2020. 2024 was no better than 2022. President Trump won, but it should have been a bloodbath. It should have been up and down in every state. And you had Colorado that literally bucked the trend of the entire nation. Colorado did. It's also the headquarters of Dominion Voting Systems.
Yeah.
Right. And so you have some serious issues in this country directly related to election systems. And we find ourselves constantly negotiating with the bad guys. Like, oh, can you please not do this? Rather than just saying, we're not doing it. Right. We've lost our fighting spirit as a society. And so how do we get that back? How do we get to a place where we're like, you know what? We don't want machines. We don't want mail-in ballots. We want the sovereignty of our states and our nations, and get rid of all these unelected bureaucrats and get rid of the people that we didn't put in office that are standing in direct opposition to us having a free and fair society.
Joe, let me just tag in on that. Why does Trump hang out with guys with the UFC fight? When Cash made the statement the other day that he wants some of the FBI agents to get training by UFC fighters, where do you think he got that from? He got it from Trump himself. Trump authorized him to even make such a bizarre statement. I was talking with folks here at the Trump Vegas, where I've been for the last month. And they were debating behind the scenes. I'm probably letting something out, but I'll say it anyway. They were debating whether or not to bring in some UFC items that are Trump UFC stuff into the Trump gift store inside the hotel here. Why would he do that? Let's go back and think about Trump the day he was shot and he gets up, fight. When the adrenaline is really flowing hard, we have a saying, you fight like you train. So we put trainees in the military, recruits coming up through the ranks in live fire situations where they have to crawl on their belly underneath real bullets and feel the vibration of those bullets whizzing overhead and understand what that's like so that they can be prepared for it, not get caught by surprise. When Trump was shot, how many times prior to that moment do you think Trump probably played through in his mind? What if with my dying breath, I only have a moment before my heart stops, before the blood stops reaching my brain, to leave one last impression, one last thought to the world? That fight didn't come out of nowhere. He had practiced it in his mind. He had trained himself. He wasn't going down without the fight. And he wanted people to have that as an image right down to their soul, if it's the last thing he was able to give to the world, to go against these deep staters, this global cabal. Fortunately, they didn't get him. They just winged him a little teeny bit. It's God's hand himself.
Grace of God. Grace of God.
Grace of God. And he says that. Anybody that questions, he's telling you that whatever he had in his spirit, in his soul, from God himself, a desire to do something important and godly, and not taking the glory to himself, by the way, but to the American people. He says, this is our presidency. He doesn't even claim the presidency for himself. This is all of us together, working together to be in this position right now to recapture the helm of the ship of state of America. And then not to go out and hijack and operate other people's countries remotely, whether it be Canada next door or Australia, New Zealand, or Republic of Congo, where we're working something right now. But to be our brother's brother, not our brother's keeper as a people, to shoulder up. The elections that were stolen across the world, is 72 of them, including the United States. So 72 countries have leadership that was put there fraudulently in this global effort. Not even China's the sole source of it. It's this Davos crowd, this World Economic Fund, the City of London banks, et cetera, that have hijacked control in all these countries around the world. We're having to go out and fight to take it back. That takes a bit of gumption. It's a real fight, and we're going to lose some people along the way, and have. The president of South Korea just got out of prison 2 days ago, and a bunch of his leadership. And the whole reason why he was impeached and put in prison is because he declared martial law for a few hours so that people could go into the National Election Center and get the data about how their election for the down ballot people, not for the presidency, but for other offices, they're equivalent to our midterms, was hijacked by people working the machines inside the country. And he was trying to get back to a just voting system and to reveal the frauds in their vote from April of 2024. So this is a world problem, but as goes America. And the work that we do to retake the helm of the ship of state for our country, other countries are going to want to follow, and we have to set the standard. We have to show the way. We have to show what can be done against these globalists. You can win against them. And so, the things that you're doing, I'm doing to reveal that, and then also to, protect some of the team. Tina is in a life and death situation, really, where she's at. And talk about a heroine, and at the same time, a total patriot. She knew, when I sat and talked with her on this, she knew what the risks were. She was hoping, like anybody, that she wouldn't have to go through what she's gone through right now. But she knew what the risks were, and she still stayed the course and never backed down. So, wow, what a hero.
Yeah, and now you have people that are grifting off her. I mean, there's so much that I want to say about that, but I'm not going to drag you in the middle of it. I've said my piece over the last couple of days, and I certainly have had my conversations with Tina 2-3 times a week where we talk through kind of what's happening right now. And, the one thing that she does not want to do is she does not want to get out and not be able to hold them responsible for what they did to her. She's absolutely innocent. She doesn't want to, even if it takes a little longer to get her out, she wants to know that they're doing the right thing because she is innocent and these people conspired together in order to punish her.
Yep, that's right. She could have easily taken a couple different deals along the way and not gone through any of this. But she's as all in as anybody. With that as a example, an iconic effort on her part, it should help everybody to think and think again. I've heard, and I know you've heard, Joe, I'm tired, it's over, nothing's happening, it's not happening fast enough. Man, that's painful. Those people that want to even express that stuff, please go away. Go back to whatever. Go to bowling, go watch a baseball game, take a break. Even soldiers in combat situations, at a certain point, we have to rotate them back, let them get a warm meal, a shower, recollect themselves. So maybe the people talking that way, they're not the worst people in the world. They're not patriots or whatever, but they just got to take a moment and rethink. We'll take the fight for the moment and hope they come back in at some point in time. But the reality is, in my entire lifetime, in twice my lifetime, we have not had an opportunity to recapture the way our country works and to stop these star chambers like you described a few minutes ago within the judiciary, which also exists in 100 other places within our government, including the worst of all, senior executive service, which needs to be completely, the guts ripped out of it and all the pieces thrown to the four winds, just as the CIA needs to be done, and other groups and agencies in here where they've been hijacked by pirates. We need to hold the course. That's exactly what's happening. We're taking back the country, and we have a great iconic figure that's in the right position authority-wise to lead the way. Even Trump isn't saying this is all him. This is a team effort. And, those people want to be remembered in history for being on the right side of the fight, need to take a deep breath, get their focus, and, ignore all the siren songs that fall away or, it's not fair and it shouldn't be done. And hold the line. We're winning. Stay there.
So I need to ask you a question. I know that we're looking at what's happening with President Trump and the things that he's doing, and I believe he's setting up all the chess pieces to set up these judges. He does have judicial authority to just disband entire judicial courts. Like I think that's what he's setting it up for. Personally, I think that's what he's doing.
Yes.
But
and I'm in agreement with you too, Joe, on that. Go ahead.
I'm a nerd, so I'm not a lawyer. I've never played a lawyer on TV, right? I'm a system architect. So I look at things a little differently from the standpoint of how do you war room things and what's the predictive possibility of what's going to happen next. And one of the things that I wasn't prepared for, and we talked about this yesterday, and I'm going to go to the JFK files, because I think when you were on a couple of years ago, we actually got to talk about the JFK files a little bit.
Yes.
And, I told you before, I read the Warren report, the Warren Commission report. I read it end to end. And at the very end of it, I was like, this is all bullshit. Like I said then, it was all bullshit. Like none of it was, it didn't make any sense. It had too many holes. And I was 19 years old at the time when I read it. So now that the JFK files have come out, how do you feel about the apparatus of our own government killing the president of our country and the parallels that we saw happen with President Trump before he was elected?
Well, let me just add a little piece to that. It's like the murder on the Orient Express. It wasn't one person, it was all of them. Okay. They were all in on it.
Yeah.
When we see the CIA involved and the Star Chamber groups that were involved in taking out JFK, they all had their reason for participating in it. And then creating numerous scenarios to obscure the path to truth. I think the most important part of it myself, as you look through the papers, and we have time now to get to the truth. And by the way, the papers that were released are not everything. There's related papers that still have been released. So it's now you're following the trail. We have these from the Warren report and things like that. Now we can begin to follow the trail to the other places where things were hidden. But what you're going to find ultimately is you had several intelligence agencies who themselves had covert ties to mobster groups. But they also had ties to other intelligence agencies. And they all had their own reasons why they needed to make sure, as from their own angles, that President Kennedy was dead. So you have Israeli intelligence tied up in this and contacts, not necessarily Mossad proper, but these families that, just like if you were to say you have mob families here in America, they may have relationships with policing and intelligence agencies that they've fostered Kind of like in the movie The Departed, where the bad guys also got informants into the various agencies, giving him stuff to take out his enemies and keep himself alive. They all worked together as groups, and President Kennedy was going after a number of things that they could not allow to happen, including allowing Israel to become a nuclear power and stay there with diverted nuclear materials out of the U.S. system. As they all made their separate side deals, one group with another group with another group, you find that they all had, for their own reasons, a desire that President Kennedy was gone, because he was legitimately going in there to take out the deep state. And you have stories that are actually frauds that are thrown in there to try and further besmirch certain people. These old stories where Nixon was the one that personally was behind and authorized Bay of Pigs. That is not true. He was not in favor of that. He came out of the Eisenhower administration as the vice president, and they tried to claim that Nixon and Eisenhower had worked up the Bay of Pigs thing to take over Cuba, and then Kennedy was supposed to just go along with it. And that was not true. Kennedy got to the truth of it. He and Nixon were friends, by the way.
And he was getting ready, and he was getting ready to drop some pretty big bombs and investigate what was happening with Lyndon B. Johnson. I mean, there was some stuff happening that you could
Johnson
read even in the Warren Report.
Win. Yes, he was going to take out Johnson because Johnson was as corrupt as you ever get in the politics. And he was dangerous because of some of his alliances. You know, he'd even, there's books that were written that they went out and got all the copies located for the most part, where he'd had people, even possibly his own sister, killed just to get in power and stay in power. He was a pretty grotesque person. And but I'll tell you what, let me just add this. Johnson is the guy, when he found out about K-129, which I've talked about extensively at various times, the submarine that sank north of Hawaii that was in the process of firing a nuclear missile into Pearl Harbor, a second Pearl Harbor, March 11th, 1968, when LBJ found out, saw the pictures, and knew what had happened after one of our boats, the Turtleback, a sub that was designed like a sci-fi movie, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea type of thing, where it could release a sub, be under the water, nobody sees it, and this sub released out of the bottom of a sub could go out and search the ocean bottom. And they tracked down and found this submarine, K-129, on the ocean floor, and saw all the indications, a lot of specific things, that it was in the process of launching a missile. And it was a missile that was aimed for Hawaii. They were going to try and blame China, for a globalist operation. It wasn't even just Russia behind it. And make America go attack China, go attack Russia on this thing. And it was a false flag. Attack China. It was a false flag. Remember, we're in the middle of Vietnam War and all that. But when Johnson found out, I mean, I've done like 3-hour presentations on this. Somebody can go find them. I'm trying to shorten this. When Johnson found out that he almost was sucked into an attack on China, an attack that could have killed tens of millions of people, exactly what Kennedy was afraid he was getting sucked into by the very same globalista crowd at Bay of Pigs. And then again, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, Kennedy was being baited into starting or responding to a nuclear war. And Kennedy, during his presidency, was afraid before God himself, as a Catholic, that he could be the guy who led the way into a nuclear war that would kill tens and tens and tens of millions of people and destroy whole countries. He did not want to be that guy. And when Johnson found out, after he and the crew that got him into power, who also wanted this war, that he was about to be set up to do the same thing, to start a global nuclear war, it drove him crazy. He decided not to seek a second term. He withdrew from the race after he learned all of that. And he said because he had to focus on certain things that were going on behind the scenes and couldn't be diverted. Well, what was he focused on? The fact that we'd almost got false flagged into a war. And the people that were setting him up, it drove him crazy. You know, he spent the last years of his life smoking dope a couple times a day to steady his nerves, grew his hair out, you know, middle of his back, the ponytail, went in a bizarre direction that all the people around him were just shocked. Why? Because he had even as hard as it is for some people to believe it, a soul hidden somewhere inside there, and realized what he'd been part of. I think actually, based on some people around him, he had his come to Jesus moment somewhere in there. He never fully recovered from it. It's hard to say if he had anybody that actually sat with him and walked through with him and came to a point of profession of faith or something like that. But it certainly, it affected him. And that's what we all have to kind of think about right here within even your audience. What of the things that President Trump is doing are at the end intended to stop all this fighting, all these wars, all this death? And Trump's, the Zelensky thing, he just wanted the fighting to stop and then they could work out the deal. Zelensky said no. He was advised by his Democrat handlers here and the ones over in Europe not to stop the fight until the agreement was in place. Trump's saying, well, it might take a while to get an agreement. Meantime, 1,000 kids a week on both sides are dying. Let's stop the murder. Trump last week jumped into the Yemen war. In Yemen, you have twice as many people killed in Yemen. You got about 2 million plus deaths in half the time it's taken to kill 1 million in Ukraine. Think about that. And create 5 million refugees across Europe and the world.
But you don't, it's all purposeful. Juan, it's purposeful. I mean, look, I've spent time in the Middle East and Africa. It's purposeful. That chaos and this, if you drop a bomb in the middle of a place, people scatter and they scatter to different countries. They just want to get away. Right.
Yep.
But look at what happened in Ukraine. They had twice the population in Ukraine. When the war started in 2022, there was half the people gone.
Yeah.
Right. And then they basically just started to create a fishbowl and not letting anybody out. And the reason why Zelensky does not want to stop the war is because then they have an election and that little midget gets thrown out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that guy, man. I want to punch that guy right in the face. I'm telling you right now.
Well, talk about people that are just put up that, look at his history before he became, president.
He was a queer dancer, with rolling around in Crisco oil.
The same people putting people into positions of authority over us through their fraudulent election stuff. Okay. Yes. Excuse me. When I first talked with people and mentioned before Obama was even a candidate, remember in one of the meetings in Russia that an associate of mine was at, before we even got to the election phase, 2 years before the election, in 2006, 2 years before the 2008 election, they were at a dinner in Russia, and one of the guests at the dinner said the next president's going to be a little-known senator from Illinois, and his wife is a guy, and everybody laughed. Okay? How did they know it? What were they listening to? What conversations behind the scenes? Which star chamber, which European group was calling those shots? Okay. I can tell you that person later said that they got it from somebody in Saudi Arabia. Well, where was Brennan? Okay. So what did they know and when did they know it? And I talked about this for quite a while before Trump or before Obama even got the nomination. His wife is a guy. Their kids aren't their kids.
Michael. Go Michael.
Yeah.
Michael Obama. Big Mike.
And now look at what's going on right now. In this particular moment, they're trying to rehabilitate Obama. So he and Michelle are on the out. And now you got, what's her name? The Hollywood starlet, used to be a wife of Brad Pitt, who supposedly having a secret tryst with Obama. Which, group is it that's trying to polish Obama's image at this particular? Jennifer Aniston supposedly is having a secret relationship with Obama. Really? And she's in on it. How much are they paying her so that they can make him look like a heterosexual? And maybe he never knew all the years he was with Big Mike.
Do you think the kids know? You think the kids, the kids saw Mama run around with a wiener hanging out?
You know what? I want to pause and slow down for a second on that, because we ran into this when I was doing water on the Clintons and like that. And Chelsea was just a little kid. By the way, for all of his failures, the people that were on the security detail with Bill, they complimented Bill on a number of things. And I guarantee you, if it wasn't for the other stuff that I know behind the scenes, I probably enjoyed sitting down having a beer with Bill and hanging out. He's actually a pretty smart guy. But Bill, of all of this crowd in this secret handshake cabal stuff, the one guy that actually has a brain is Bill Clinton. Seriously.
Oh, he's a charismatic guy, but he is a psychopath.
He's a bad guy. He's a
liar. He's very charismatic, but he is not a good dude.
He's big time. Yeah, he's not. It's not like I want to be his best buddy or something like that. I'm just saying that he's a smart guy. I get it. But that said, with this crowd, they're kids. When Chelsea was just a kid, he'd show up at the baseball game. He'd sit through the whole game. He'd make sure that she was in a safe situation if he was going to be gone, that she's been properly attended to and like that as a kid. And these kids, they're along for the ride. They don't have any say. But think about the Obama kids. They don't know anything. And then at some certain point where they may be aware of stuff and have to do the mental gymnastics, what kind of promises, threat, duress were they under? Think about it, the scrutiny, not just that they could accidentally say something wrong, but if you do, just like Joan Rivers, there's no room. Doesn't matter how close you are, how famous you are, how good you are. They'll do what they have to do to protect the secrets and keep the ball moving forward. So those girls, how would it affect any person in this audience if you suddenly found out, well, first of all, your mom is not actually mom?
Yes, my paw.
Well, I mean, where did I come from? Whose am I really? And nobody's admitting anything. How do you reconcile that? I mean, that would be a hard one. I have a lot of empathy for the girls because they didn't do anything wrong. They were thrown into this situation. And by the way, let me just add this. So was Obama. Obama, the person that you think was the mother of Obama, Stanley Ann Dunham, was not the mother of Obama. He was placed with her. He was born at the Peace Arts Hospital in Vancouver, BC, to a little Indonesian girl who got pregnant.
Is that why he has those little ears? Is that why he has those little ears?
Yeah, it's an Indonesian mother. She's the one that has the color in the skin. He's not African. That whole thing is a total ruse, okay? Even the photos are photoshopped of him supposedly meeting his dad at the airport in Honolulu. We've got experts, the real experts that have looked at all those photos. They're all photoshopped. And by the way, who was in charge of creating false histories over at the FBI or at the CIA? Who had that job before he rose up through the ranks and became station chief in Saudi Arabia? Brennan. Why did Brennan under Obama get to be head of the CIA? He's the one that created the fake history at Harvard. Okay? Where nobody who took the political science 4-year political science degree that they went after, including Michael Medved, went to school the exact same 4 years at Columbia as Obama supposedly did, Never saw him once. There was only like 29 people in that thing. They all worked together. Everybody knew each other. They all knew what degree they were going after. Never, ever once saw Obama. Why? Because his history there was totally fabricated by Brennan.
Yeah.
Hello?
They're going to come yell at you. You're across the street from the Trump International. You better be careful.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't get a good Wi-Fi today. They're doing something with the Wi-Fi, so I had to walk across the street. Otherwise, I'd be by the pool, relaxing, getting my tan work on.
Time for part 2. I'm slow. Just me being slow. Sorry, guys.
Comments. Chief of Staff.
Yeah.
You've said it on several podcasts. Chief of Staff. Are you
Is that government?
Is it a government deal, or is it a
No, it's our own operations, and
Okay.
I have a number of things going on, and so Matt helps to coordinate within the various groups that I'm working with and like that, and he's been absolutely astounding. You know, he was other than the F-117s, by the way, he was the first pilot to go in feet dry, they call it, over Iraq in Desert Storm. And he flew A-6s, and you go in and get the bad guys to turn on their radars. And then when they do, you take a shot at them and take them out so that the other guys can come in and work without having to worry about getting shot down. So Matt, Marine pilot, fantastic guy. But, you know, here's the thing. I told Matt several months ago, he worked at Gitmo. He actually sat on tribunals at Gitmo. He helped, he supervised the upgrade of the media center at Gitmo. Because at a certain point in the not too distant future, you're going to have a lot of media at Gitmo being hosted there. And I told Matt, I said, you know, the reality is, with your experience, you really should be preparing to be in the media pool at Gitmo. And I think you'd be a leader of the pool because of your experience, so that people get the stories right. So with that in mind, he's got a nice little Porsche there. So I said, you know,
hey, if you like Porsches, you'd like my Porsches.
Oh, well, I haven't had a Porsche in years, but I've had a couple of epic Porsches. Believe me, I've had a couple of neat Carreras and all that. But
so I have a Turbo Cab S, 2023 Turbo Cab S.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, you're in my zone. You know what? My first one, I had a 912 T, or the wasn't called a T-top. It's a you pull the whole section out there on the top, and I forget what they call it, cabriolet or whatever. And then I had a Carrera. I had a red Carrera for a while.
I got a 1980 911 SC as well. I used to love collecting cars. I like cars. I have a whole lot less than I used to. I mean, I used to have some really nice stuff, but unfortunately, spending $1 million on having people owe me $4 million, spending millions of dollars over the last 4 years, and having somebody owe me $4 million has put a damper in my step a little bit. So.
Yeah, no, I get that. You know what? And we know other people who've put in massive amounts of personal money.
That's why I don't complain. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what's hardest about that? When some of these other people come in and try to claim that they're the ones doing all the spending, and they're doing it at other people's expense.
That's why I get pissed. I mean, I went after Sharona Bishop for it because she was the hairdresser that got Tina hooked up. And by the way, Juan, I was there. I was there when they were trying to parade Tina out on the stage, and I'm like, Tina, don't go. Like when I found out about how they did the whole, got the image, because I was talking to Tina on the phone. Somebody sent me a text that, hey, you need to talk to Tina. She's the county clerk up in Mesa County, and she did an image, and they're just preliminarily, they found all this stuff. And I was like, great, give me her number, I'll call her. She goes, yeah, she wants you to talk to her. So she's on a flight to go to the Dakotas for the first symposium. And she said to me, oh, here's what happened. Here's how we got this image. And I was like, okay, well, explain it to me. And she's like, well, we had somebody come in and do an image. I'm like, who? And she's like, well, she was really cagey about it. When I got there, I found out about this Gerald Woods guy and that they knocked on wood and got an ID and did this covert deal, which is fine. You're allowed to do a covert operation, right? And then I found out she asked Mesa County IT to do the image for him, and they said no.
Yeah, which was their responsibility to do. They should never, ever have put her in this position to protect the vote. They should have stood up and done this.
But Juan, they knew. They all knew. The only way that you would bring in a CIA confidential informant whose dad, like Conan Hayes' dad, was a CIA guy that wrote a book about being CIA. And then you got his son coming in. He's CIA too, like C2.
And remember, his dad got framed and went to prison for being in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing, by the way, just letting you know.
But the point is he's right back in the middle of it. And you got to, and then you got Dennis Montgomery. Please don't get me started.
Oh,
and
my gosh.
The guy's a Fruit Loop. He's a Fruit Loop.
Well, let me just say this. Okay, let me just throw this into the mix. I'll do it with you. I will do it. So I was at an event. President, we had, a group of us that had a private meeting with the president for a couple hours. Lindell was there and a number of other friends. And afterwards, and of course, he was all excited about, he made this big public announcement about how he's going to do this symposium. And I pulled him to the side and I said, I know this material, I think, as well or better than anybody. So what you just said doesn't make sense to me. Who's your source on this? And he was being all cagey. And I said, it's Dennis, right? And he continued to be cagey on it. But yeah. But we've got other sources too. He's not the only one. He referred to his attorney and said that
Kurt Olson. Let me guess. Kurt Olson.
Yeah, so you said it. So anyway, I said, well, let me come and look at what you're doing here and see if there's anything we can do to help you. But I don't want you to make a mistake. I said, why don't you do a fly around? Look, you're not going to be able to hit the carrier deck right location. You might miss the wires. It might be too hot. Let's do a fly around, buy us some time, and let's go look at the data you have so you have a good event, because you're talking about doing it in 30 days. And everything he was saying didn't make sense to me. And I know the players, and I knew what was going on. Nope, it's set by August 13th. Trump is going to be back in office and blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay. So I suggested that it might be like watching paint dry for him to host this thing 24 hours a day. Why don't we get somebody else that this is what they do for a living to host the event and look at this, and let me come up and do a walkthrough with you. And when you do it, I'd love to come up. I'll bring some people and maybe we can give you some clues. And so I was invited to go on up to see the location they were going to do the symposium. And when I got there, I asked again about the source on the information they had, and was directed to Kurt. And I had about a dozen people around me. So there's plenty of witnesses to what transpired. And
let me tell you, he said it was legitimate.
Yeah. Well, and I said, hold on. I said, what's your source? Because Lindell told me there was 3 sources on this.
It's
I said,
not.
What's your source? And he told me the first one. I says, okay, that's Montgomery. Who's your next source? And they told me, and I says, nope, that's Montgomery too. And then they went to the next source. I says, they're all Montgomery. So why can you say you have 3 different sources, all of them referring to the same person's material? And all I said, I didn't go after what Montgomery had. I didn't try to go into that whole thing. I just said, let's take a pause. You still have time and you can save face. Let's push this event off 90 days, 60 days, at least 30 days longer, and allow independent people, we suggested out of the university system, to be able to look at this, because some of the university system has access to the secure computer systems that Montgomery was claiming you had to use that were over at Lockheed in order to read what was there. He says, why don't we let these people come in and look at it and verify, validate the material as being accurate, so you don't trip over your own dick? Come on, man.
But it's not true, Juan. Juan. He said he had this. All right. So let me just, when I came in, all right. I did this yesterday. I'm doing it again. When I came in the symposium, I went up and talked to Conan, right? First of all, I had to settle people down. You had Harry Hurst, he had this $5 million deal. And they told me about the $5 million deal. And I was like, you guys are going to lose. And they're like, no. We have this caveat, right? I was like, bro, you just got set up. And Mike got set up by his own people. And a fool and his money are soon parted. And Mike has probably got one of the biggest hearts you'll ever meet. I mean, this guy's got a huge heart, right?
No, I mean, he's a patriot. Okay, let's not, that's
100%. But he also listened to some of the dumbest MFers you'll ever come up across, ever.
We can all get conned.
He was a mark. He was a mark.
Yeah.
He was a mark. He was a total mark. So, but I'm there and I'm like, where's Dennis Montgomery? And they're like, well, he's not here. He's in the hospital. So, I mean, one, I'm pretty well connected. And I'm like, all right, where? And they're like, Florida. And I was like, okay. So I was like, boop, 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 boop. I had somebody go down and I was like, find Dennis Montgomery. Here's what I know about him. I said, give me his phone number. Give me his phone number. I said, find him. Now, look, I'm a data guy, right? I ran a data company. I'm actually really good when it comes to system architecture. I said, go find this guy. They went down, found the guy. He was walking out of a supermarket. I was like, guys, he is not in the hospital. He is at the supermarket. And they were like, no. And I'm like, here's a picture of him. Is that him? Yeah. Okay. He's walking out of the supermarket. He walked out of the supermarket 15 minutes ago. He is not in the hospital. Right. It was all a play. And I'm like, guys, he's not in the hospital. Oh, he had a heart attack. No, he's not. He literally was at the supermarket 15 minutes ago. Anything else you want? You want me to go knock on the door of his house? So I did all this to start with, Juan, and it's all, I said then, I go, this is all set up. Tina, they want to put Tina on stage. I was like, do not do that. I went to Tina. I was like, Tina, do not get on stage. It's a setup. I'm telling you, you're going to walk out there. They're going to clap for you. It's going to create emotional response from you. You're doing the right thing. You're going to talk too much. What'd they do? They put her on stage. Then they had this Code Monkey guy come in and show the deal. And all of a sudden you have Conan Hayes, signature on the image that they're showing and passwords. Like every possible thing you could do wrong, Juan, they did because it was on purpose.
I was there. It was very upsetting. It was disturbing. Okay.
And you had lawyers there. You had Kurt Olson there. Kurt said to me, he's like, oh, I like the way you think. You do? Good. Don't put Tina up there. And then that's how it all started. And it's the first time I met Professor David Clements, who's a cool guy. And then I got to, meet.
I'm Mike Clements. I'm trying to look like Clements with my hairstyle, okay? Man, that's tough. You got to really work at it. He's been doing it since he's a little kid, okay?
Yeah. But Juan, they set her up.
Well, no, let's say it maybe a little teeny bit differently.
All right.
What happened was
they're retarded.
When they didn't listen, when I can tell you all the people. I mean, anybody that thinks that I'm just talking out my ass here, excuse me. I can pull the people forward even within Lindell's operation and show that what I'm saying is exactly what happened. I asked, I pleaded, I went as far as you could go without ending up just getting told to go away and don't ever come back and don't darken the door again. I tried to stay in the zone to at least have some impact. But I said, you really need to put some things in the can with some videos that explain stuff so it's not paint drawing because it's going to go too slow. You need to put it in videos. I made one video. I hired a crew that was down there in Texas near where Colonel Phil Waldron is because he knew the material really, really well. He was
that guy's a good dude. I don't care what anybody says.
You'll hear a lot more about him in the not too distant future. Beautiful guy. He's put it all on the line. But he did the video that was there shown during the symposium that I guaranteed. I paid for it to be made, and only at the last second, with like 3 hours to go, did Lindell agree to go ahead and pay for the video so he could use it. Because I said, I won't give it to you. It's there for you. You're going to need it. And he agreed to pay for it. And you know, it probably cost me more than what he ended up paying for it by far, but I didn't care. You just wanted to at least have, you have to remember what's the context. The country was in a very fragile state at that time. And you could lead everybody right to the edge of the cliff and throw them over it. That was my attitude if you failed on what was going to be going on here at the symposium. And I felt it was playing with the emotions of the people, getting them all excited, and you weren't going to be able to produce because I knew this material and it wasn't what it was purported to be. And so trying to snatch a victory out of the jaws of defeat. And so with that in mind, and the guys doing all the investigation and verifying and all this stuff in the back rooms, were not finding what was purportedly going to be found there. So in order to pull a rabbit out of the hat, they had Tina come in as a sacrificial lamb. What in Tina's presentation there actually changed anything? Her material that she'd gotten could have been put into the proper places, and it did. By the way, it was the stuff we got from Tina's images that was looked at, examined extensively, including by Conan, who did a great job within that realm, that established some of the ways that they were doing the steal on the vote, which was corroborated by the people we brought into the country just last week and over the last couple of months, their families that are now in custody of the Justice Department, protective custody, who will be coming forward to testify as arrests happen here in the U.S. over the 2020 election. But it was information out of Tina's system that corroborated a lot of the information they said and gave us inroads into how the questions were phrased for them concerning how they stole the 2020 election. These Venezuelans, under the supervision of Cubans, working in Serbia with Chinese intelligence officers observing and monitoring the whole thing and running it back out in through Canada. And, by the way, another country which has never been made part of this discussion, but when you find out what government agency in the U.S. Facilitated the transfer of that information, you're going to go, oh, now I get it. All the pieces of the puzzle are coming together. Now I get why that person had to be at that agency and what they were up to. 100%. That will be the, in fighting, somebody takes a punch and then they open themselves up. Now you come in with the counter punch. You can just take them out because they're open, wide open. Let them make their punch and then watch the counter punch. It's going to be epic. All these intelligence agencies colluding to steal control, command and control of the ship of state of America, man. It's going to be epic.
Well, I tell you what, it's great to have a little bit more clarity years later, right? And I kind of wish I would have pulled the plug on a bunch of stuff with Mike sooner, but I ended up being the guy that was like the grifting killer, right?
Well, but let me just say it maybe slightly different. Remember the context of the times. People in the future are going to look back in this moment, and they won't have lived through it like you or I did, especially behind the scenes. It's the old saying, I will not break a bruised reed. I will do no harm.
Right.
The country was in this hypersensitive moment, and the Patriot movement, man, they could have got knocked over by a feather at certain points in there. When they went after the Q stuff there at the Caesars Hotel and people backed out and like that, that was when I decided to do what I did, because you couldn't let the bad guys, the press, the New York Times and MSNBC and all these other ones, so dishearten people that they could, take out the Patriot movement, if you are, and some of the people that put their fortunes on the line, what they had, and we're about to lose everything. And so there's a number of times in here and a number of plays. Look, you threw your money in there. We both did important stuff to keep the ball moving forward at great personal expense. Okay, real money. I mean, I could buy all sorts of funds that I didn't.
Do you know how many times I was invited? They're like, Joe, you need to come to Mar-a-Lago. And I was like, I'm going to hang out with my wife. Trump doesn't need me. I'm going to do my thing from the sidelines. I'm going to help protect and fortify the things that are necessary. I'm going to travel around the country. But, President Trump is going to do what President Trump's going to do. And I'm going to support him in a way that makes me a good soldier, but also makes me a good leader, right? Makes me do the things I need to do. And so
we all played our zones, and you did it. You did your zone in a lot of sports. You go into a zone defense or a zone offense. If you move out of your zone, then you're not effective, and you've left something completely wide open. You played your zone. I think that's staying where you're supposed to stay, knowing your lane.
No, I knew my lane, and
yeah.
And frankly, it was good. I mean, it was a difficult 4 years, right? But my job was to be a warrior, disrupt things, make sure that people knew that I was fighting for people all over the place. I had to protect Tina mostly from herself, right? Because people gave her bad advice. They gave Mike bad advice, and I had to protect him. And then finally, I was just like,
let me just add this one thing.
Yeah.
How many times were you played on your patriotism? Look, Tina, the plays on her. No, I mean, I'm saying Tina, the comparison, she was played on her patriotism. And so she went the distance at times that she'd had, I think, better people around her, advisors around her. She would have, held, kept her powder dry. But, she was played as though you're the only one that can save everything. You're the only one. She was not dialed into this team approach, and as a result, she was put out there as a sacrificial lamb on more than one occasion, and she ended up, taking the big hit. But it wasn't because she was stupid, and it wasn't because she was reckless. It was because she was susceptible to being played that way, as all of us are in the Patriot movement, and so then you have to. Maybe being a little more seasoned, having been around this for a lot longer, I kept telling people, no, you got to hold tight. Keep your powder dry. Let's let this play out a little bit further, and which at times I advised Tina myself. And when she got hung out to dry, when the legal strategy that was put together for her, which I thought was an excellent legal strategy, the folks out of Texas had the right play, forced the government to play their cards before they indicted her. And that's been a sound strategy. I've used it in other situations very effectively also. Let them play their cards first, and then it may stop them from doing a false indictment. And but the second that those attorneys were no longer in the game, the prosecution pounced. And what's going to come out, too, I believe, in all the Colorado stuff, because as spokesman over at the Justice Department said the other day, the Tina Peters case is dialed in with the J6 stuff and some other things in Colorado that they're now looking at, not within civilian courts, but within criminal investigations, which will lead to criminal charges, because there was collusion by a number of people in Colorado, allegedly said for legal reasons. There was collusion all the way into the judiciary, allegedly.
100%.
And so when that, with this private company being run out of Colorado, is investigated, I think they're going to find a great big huge turd in the judicial and prosecutorial system in Colorado that has got to be thrown out. And Tina was the victim of that turd. Colorado's going to have to clean up Colorado, because Colorado, at the end of the day, the people in office in Colorado are some of the most corrupt people in the country. It's unbelievable what they've gotten away with.
Yeah. And you know what? We're going to get there. I got to go get on an airplane, or I'd sit here and talk to you for another 4 or 5 hours.
Joe, I appreciate it. I apologize to everyone. I was a little bit late, and it wasn't, I was, when I made my appointment confirmation, I was not in the same time zone, and I didn't correct for the time zone I'm in before the show here. So I apologize for being late coming in. But, I'm here for you anytime, Joe, and we're going to get a chance to cross paths and get Tina out of this predicament. And I really appreciate the chances where we've gotten to collaborate, even if it was through other people. People like Mark Cook, who's part of our coalition, and his
He's
work.
a good dude.
I appreciate the best part of this whole thing is getting the opportunity to see this all shake out and find out who the real good guys are versus, you go in with, you give everybody a shot, you're sincere, and you start working the problem. And then over time, cream rises to the top. You find out who the ones are that are square and the ones that are, there to make a buck or to, self-aggrandize and all that. And I have a lot of appreciation for you, your audience. This is a great location within the Patriot movement to hang out. So I'm right there with you anytime and love to collaborate in anything you got going.
Hey, sounds great. Juan, thank you again for all your work, your hard effort, your sacrifice over the last 4 years for just, standing tall and for being there at the Trump Tower in Las Vegas. Great place.
Beautiful. I'm telling you, Pat, it does not get old. I had a couple of groups here over the last couple of weeks, and we had I don't know, probably 100 rooms up there total that we had. It was so fun. It was just a blast. And let me just say it this way: at some level, and I've done a number of private conferences here that were business things like that. It's like you're on hallowed ground at a certain level, and I don't mean to deify or something Trump, but it's this zone we get to rally together. The best part of a Trump rally is just hanging out with other like-minded people. So Trump himself has become iconic of certain imagery that we have of ourselves as patriots, standing up against the deep state bullshit. And let's forget the bullshit, kill the bull, go right past it and kill the bull. Trump is doing that. And he's setting an example for the rest of us. We're not going to deify him. We're going to thank him for helping us all, get our minds right. Fight, fight, fight. Something I guarantee you he practiced in his mind many times before the incident actually occurred. Even the idea of, don't be afraid to go to the fight. I had a number of, what we might call little old ladies and old men there at the fight the other day here in Vegas. And as different as it was to anything else that they may have attended in their life, I think I had total 125 people there, and not one of them had ever been to a UFC fight. And you have to, kind of get your mind around it. We're in the fight for our lives. And a guy takes a punch, you got to be ready to take advantage of that because he's now opened himself up and punched back. That's the kind of stuff we have to learn as a group. Don't be afraid of getting hit. Don't be afraid it's going to sting. You can take it, get right back in there and make it sting back. And if they do a punch, you've got to put another punch in to keep the scorecard working in your favor and get a few punches that he didn't get back at you. That's what's happening in America right now with what President Trump's doing. Thank God in heaven that he's given us a standard bearer to rally around and hang with and have as an example. Let's go in there, get in the fight. Don't be afraid. You'll make it. Even cracked ribs heal. Let's go, Frank, and take it to him and kill this deep state bullshit.
Hey, I'm all about it, man. I've never seen a fight I didn't like. By the way, Phil Waldron said to tell you howdy.
Yeah,
I wanted to ping him while I was on here because
he's one of the people in the background that over time his role in all of this will come forward, and he put a lot of personal things in his life and his business in perilous states at critical moments to to help this move forward. So there's a lot of people that we as the citizenry are going to want to tip our hat to, and they're heroes. They're the true superheroes in this whole thing. Most of them you don't know their name of. So, yeah.
I think that they'd like it that way. They like the the God's well done, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of you go in, do what has to be done. When it's over with, can I go back to my garden now? Yeah. Guys, go back to my life. I just want to, I quit drinking, but when I did, I was like, let's go have a bourbon. But now I'd just be happy. I had to let my boat go because I hadn't been on it for several years. I left it on Obama's birthday, August 4th, 2020. And I couldn't get back to it for 3 years. I couldn't get back to it. And finally had to let it go the other day. Well, year and a half ago almost now. But, I've got a car engine that I've had with all the pieces laid out on the bench, ready to assemble since spring of 2020 that I wanted to put together myself because there's a lot there. It's pretty intricate. I knew all the stuff. I used to know all the stuff I wanted to do to make sure it went together right. And I just want to go back and put that thing together. But
Amen.
The fight is too important. I get it. I guarantee you within this audience, 90% of them have the same story. We're all in this fight to get it to the win. So I'm not unique in that at all. We got work yet to do, so we're not able to just walk away from it yet. But time's coming. We'll get there. We got business stuff to do too. So love you, Joe. Go catch your plane. And I appreciate the chance to break bread with you and your audience, and look forward to doing it again soon. Not so long this next time.
Sounds great. Take care. God bless you.
All right. Thanks, folks.
And even through the fighting and the infighting and the things that happen, I've been, I was on the phone with Ann Vandersteel earlier today, and I said to her, I was like, listen, here's the two people that I'm out on. And even when I was stepping away from the stuff.
Well, I agree with what they're saying there. And, we all have different sacrifices in different ways for what's happening right now or been happening. I just know how different it is now to be able to broadcast some wins in the news as opposed to a year ago when everyone was pretty uncertain of where things were going to go. Anyway, for sake of time, we'll keep moving forward. I have a John F. Kennedy thing I want to show you. I think it should be all right. It shouldn't be copyright. So we'll take a look and see what we got.
November 22nd, 1963, the event that shook the world.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Cover-ups, mystery, and conspiracy draw a veil over this event.
You clearly see he goes like this. He places something on his right cheek. He brings the hand down, and you can clearly see right here.
The most highly debated event in history.
Lee Harvey Oswald killed 2 people that day on November 22nd.
The most convoluted assassination of all time. What are they hiding?
So they told no one that there was 2 splices in the Zapruder film.
From a lone gunman to multiple shooters, the mob and CIA involvement.
Of the President of the United States, and this evidence has been altered.
The event that some have dedicated to researching their entire lives.
They know what happened and they don't care. Why bother following up on leads when you know that's not what happened?
We have the right to know the truth. If we don't have the truth, everything we build on is a lie. It's like building a building on a false foundation. Sooner or later, it's going to crumble.
On October 26, 2017, President Donald Trump, after promising to release all of the documents being kept secret by the government on the JFK assassination, suddenly did an about-face and decided to withhold many files related to the assassination of the 35th President of the United States.
President Trump said he had no choice but to heed warnings from the CIA and FBI to keep some of the files secret for further review. Releasing them unredacted could pose irreversible harm to our national security.
What evidence did he see that was so important to national security that he decided, even after 54 years of secrecy, it was still better to hide documents about the assassination from the American people? What really happened that day so long ago? On November 22nd, 1963, the 35th President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, also known as JFK, and his beautiful wife, Jacqueline Kennedy, also known as Jackie, left Washington, D.C. for a trip to Texas. Texas was important to his upcoming 1964 election campaign.
That this was a struggle of Cuban patriots against a Cuban dictator. While we could not be expected to hide our sympathies, we made it repeatedly clear that the armed forces of this country would not intervene in any way.
After the Bay of Pigs episode, Kennedy was so upset with the situation that he famously said, "I want to destroy the CIA and splinter it into 1,000 pieces and scatter it into the winds." The Pentagon was ramping up their war in Vietnam, and Kennedy's announcement of a troop withdrawal from that war angered many people in the military-industrial complex, whose income was threatened by Kennedy's reticence to get involved in a foreign civil war. Many right-wing groups hated JFK for his support of civil rights and his support for desegregation in the South. But perhaps most importantly, Robert Kennedy had angered organized crime.
The picture is an ugly one. It shows what has been aptly described as a private government of organized crime.
His relentless pursuit of organized crime in America was his primary mission as Attorney General, he often said.
Evidence concerning their clandestine operations is particularly hard to uncover.
Robert Kennedy touted the fact that prosecutions for racketeering by his organized crime section in the Justice Department rose by 300%, above 1961.
Federal investigative agencies are now pooling information on more than 1,100 major racketeers.
He celebrated the coordination of the FBI, Secret Service, IRS, and 23 other federal law enforcement agencies.
The Organized Crime and Racketeering section of the Department's Criminal Division has been enlarged and revitalized, and it has been given increasingly powerful help in prosecuting cases from the various federal investigative agencies.
5 of the administration's anti-racketeering bills pushed by RFK and passed into law by Congress.
The first 6 months of this year, we secured indictments of 171 racketeering figures, compared with 24 for the same period 3 years ago. This year, the number of convictions was 160. 3 years ago, it was 35.
Working in coordination with Senator John McClellan of Arkansas, Robert Kennedy succeeded in getting mobster Joe Valachi on the stand before the Senate to not only admit the existence of the mob, but also its inner machination.
Thus, we have been able to make inroads into the hierarchy, personnel, and operations of organized crime. We know that Cosa Nostra is run by a commission, and that the leaders of Cosa Nostra in most major cities are responsible to the commission. We know that membership in the commission varies from 9 and 12 to 12 active members, and we know who the active members of the commission are today. We know that in the past 2 years, at least 3 carefully planned commission meetings had to be called off because the leaders learned that we uncovered their well-concealed plans.
One has to remember that in the early 1960s, there was not a mention of the mob or organized crime in American culture. The first director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, seemed to avoid the subject at all costs. It was thought by some that the mob must have had something on Hoover, and that is why he never went after the mob. Ironically, it was a well-known fact that JFK had been elected because of the help from the mob. The vote in Illinois, but especially Chicago, appeared to have been thrown for Kennedy in the 1960 election. It is thought that Kennedy's father, Joe Kennedy, used his mob connections to get the Chicago organized crime families to throw the election in JFK's favor. Joe Kennedy made millions running booze out of Canada during Prohibition. Illinois did go for Kennedy, helping him win the election.
To all Americans, I say that the next 4 years are going to be difficult and challenging years for us all. The election may have been a close one.
But perhaps the greatest enemy that JFK's Attorney General made was a quiet and shy mobster named Sidney Korshak. At that time, the FBI called Korshak the most powerful lawyer in the world. In the book Supermob by Gus Russo, he details how Sidney Korshak was a major fixer for the mob, both in Chicago and later in Los Angeles. Russo reveals that Korshak had a huge influence on Hollywood, the unions, and many politicians. It was well known that if you needed something to happen, Sidney Korshak could make it happen, as long as you complied with his usual payment of $50,000 in cash. Robert Kennedy called Sidney Korshak to appear before his committee looking into organized crime. Korshak did not like his face to be seen in public and would frequently remove film from cameras by photographers who had photographed him. He did not like appearing on national television. The Kennedys' moves against the mob, but especially the Chicago mob, must have seemed like a treacherous act of backstabbing to the mob. After all, they had helped Kennedy get elected. Before the Kennedy brothers, there had been no major federal investigations into organized crime. Since the Kennedy brothers, there have been no major federal investigations into organized crime.
There was a deal struck, and they didn't live up to it. And Bobby Kennedy went even further. I mean, he started prosecuting the mob. People are very upset. The government will never, I mean, all these documents that are under seal that would never been released, the government is never going to want to admit to the fact that the mob had a hit on the President of the United States and was able to carry it out.
Right-wing activist James Muleteer was recorded by an FBI informant in early 1963, saying that there had been a hit ordered on Kennedy.
Nobody got it. It's more easy in this beginning. Well, how the hell do you figure the best way would be to get it? Coming off this building. with a high rifle. You think he knows he's a marksman? Sure he does. Sure he does. And they're going to really try to kill him. Get this Kennedy, I'm telling you, it's going to be a hard proposition. I believe. Now, you may haven't figured out to get him. You may have figured out to get him off the building now, but I don't know how them Secret Service, they never cover all the office buildings and anywhere he's going. Do you know whether they do that or not? Well, say, if they have any suspicion, they would, of course. But without suspicion, the chance right over. Take it up there in pieces. December, take it up in pieces. Well, all those guns come out now and you can take them apart. Boy, if that Kennedy gets shot, we gotta know where we at. Yeah, they'll pick up somebody within an hour of that. And they're gonna get with him. Well, just throw the public off. Yeah, that's right. Well, somebody's gonna have to go to jail if he gets out.
Forces were rising up against the Kennedys that he could won at Dallas Airport. Once back in Washington, D.C., the body was taken to Bethesda Naval Hospital, where it was autopsied. The autopsy was performed by doctors who normally did not do autopsies, who had little forensic science in their background. The doctors were career military, and there were admirals and generals attending the autopsy and ordering the doctors to stop particular operations and procedures. Most experts agree that the autopsy was botched. The main doctor at the autopsy burned his notes soon afterwards. 3 years after the autopsy, the brain and tissue samples of the body were stolen from the National Archives.
So somewhere between April of 65 and the end of October 66, these things were literally taken illegally, stolen, removed from the National Archives. And to this day, as we sit and talk, nobody in the United States government has ever accounted for these missing items.
Please, sir. My name is Abraham Zapruder.
Was a tailor and a fan of the Kennedys. He arrived in Dealey Plaza a few minutes before the parade entered with the intention of filming the president on his 8mm Bell & Howell movie camera. Getting up on the ledge near the grassy knoll a few feet away from the pergola, which was the centerpiece of the city park, he pointed his camera at the limousine carrying the president and his wife and created the most sensational home movie of all time. Being in the perfect position to film the events that day, his 27-second film shows the president's limousine passing through Dealey Plaza, then going behind the Stemmons Freeway sign, and seconds later, after emerging from behind the sign, the apparent assassination of the 35th President of the United States. The Dallas police instantly responded to the killing of the president, even though no one had seen anything happening at the Texas School Book Depository. That building became the first object of interest almost immediately. An all-point bulletin was sent out from Dallas police describing someone who looked just like Lee Harvey Oswald. The bulletin also correctly described the .30 caliber rifle, which had not been discovered yet. Where this exact description came from so soon after the assassination remains a mystery. Possibly because of the police bulletin, a Dallas police officer named Jefferson Davis Tippit, also known as J.D. Tippit, stopped a man who he thought was acting suspicious. The man shot J.D. Tippit, killing him. Ironically, or maybe not, J.D. Tippit's nickname on the Dallas police force was JFK. Because of his striking resemblance to the young president. But there are numerous discrepancies with the witness accounts to the murder of J.D. Tippit. Witness Helen Markham was walking down the street when she saw a man walking in front of her. A police car pulled up and a discussion ensued, she said. As soon as the policeman got out of the car, the man shot the policeman several times. Markham says that the man she saw was wearing a light shirt, light brown jacket, and light gray trousers. She says he had light hair and was short and had a ruddy complexion. Witness Calloway describes the assailant as wearing black trousers and a light gray windbreaker with black hair and a very pale complexion. The man ran away. Someone, we don't know whom, saw a man run into a movie theater. This unknown person called police and reported this. Police entered the movie theater where they discovered Lee Harvey Oswald watching the movie. After a brief struggle, they arrested him for the murder of Tippit. They discovered that Oswald worked at the Texas Book Depository, owned an Italian Carcano rifle exactly as the police bulletin had earlier described.
I work in that building. Were you in the building at the time? Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir. Back up, man.
And he soon became the #1 suspect in the Kennedy assassination. The Dallas police held a press conference that Friday night, presenting Oswald to the world for the first time.
Did you shoot the president? I didn't shoot anybody, sir. I haven't been told what I'm here for. Do you have a lawyer? No, sir, I don't.
Oswald denied the charge of murdering Officer Tippit, and when he was told about the murder of JFK, Ruby would die of cancer in jail just a few years later, never revealing his story either.
The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives. I'm the only person in the background that knows the truth pertaining to everything relating to my circumstances.
Do you think it'll ever come out?
No, because unfortunately, the people that have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive will put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
Now, these people are in very high positions yet?
Yes.
The entire world mourned the loss of the young, handsome president. His funeral on Monday, November 25th, was viewed by millions of people all over the world. His wife, her face covered in a veil, with her 2 young children close by, watched as the 35th president of the United States was laid to rest in Arlington Cemetery. A permanent flame would burn at the graveside, commemorating his life. Almost immediately, conspiracies started. Who had shot the president, and why? The new president, LBJ, tried to ignore the swirling rumors, but they would not go away. Finally, after months of continuous pressure, he gave in and created the Warren Commission to investigate the murder, headed by Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren. The committee spent months examining the evidence, speaking to witnesses, and collecting data. The 8mm film made by Abraham Zapruder, and hereafter called the Zapruder film, was one of the key bits of evidence used by the commission. Using the film as a clock or a timeline, coupled with audio, the Warren Commission concluded that Lee Harvey Oswald, acting alone, used an Italian Carcano rifle to assassinate John F. Kennedy from the 6th floor of the Book Depository building. An internal memo in the Warren Commission's documents contradict this. The document reports that the Dallas police had performed paraffin tests on Oswald's face, arms, and hands soon after the assassination.
Chief, we understand you have the results of the paraffin tests which were made to determine whether Oswald had fired a weapon. What does that mean?
It only means that he fired a gun.
Chief,
this
was
there powder burns or powder marks on his cheek or I don't know that. I don't know that. All you know about on his hands.
Yeah. That he fired a gun, Chief, not the rifle or the pistol.
That's right.
These tests pick up chemical traces left behind by gunpowder. When a spectrographic analysis was done on the paraffin, it was found that Oswald could not have fired a rifle that day.
Fire that rifle with just as fast as you people have been given, but I emphatically deny these charges.
The unlikely explanation that Oswald alone was responsible for the killing only fueled conspiracy theories more. While the Warren Commission had hoped their examination would quiet the rumors, it actually only made the theories grow more adamant. Soon, entire industries would be born around the assassination. Books, documentaries, films, and even comic books would be created questioning the government's lying. Conspiracy theories ran wild. Many speculations were flying around. Who killed Kennedy became the number one question on everyone's lips. Was it the military? Was it the intelligence agencies? Was it the Russians? Was it the mob? Was it right-wing hate groups? Was it the driver of the limousine? Hours and hours were spent arguing and discussing all of these issues. Hollywood even explored all of this in the hit movie Oliver Stone's JFK, starring Kevin Costner. The Zapruder film became the main center of interest. Life printed many of the frames from the film in the November 29, 1963 issue of the magazine, just 7 days after the assassination. Life kept the film under wraps and refused to show it to anyone. A copy of the film was smuggled out of Life magazine in the late 1960s, eventually being shown on national television on Geraldo Rivera's show Goodnight America on March 6, 1975, almost 12 years after the assassination. The nation viewed the film for the first time and it shocked the world. There was JFK and his wife in a limousine rolling through Dealey Plaza. It is difficult to exaggerate the effect that showing the Zapruder film had on the United States. It was all anyone was talking about, Kennedy's right side. With the entire country up in arms, Congress or conspiracy theories being touted. The conspiracy industry grew by leaps and bounds until it became a normal part of the American cultural landscape. Whole groups of people were consumed by the question of who killed JFK. A lot of money was made by publishers selling every kind of conspiracy. Soon after the assassination, many members of the mob or organized crime were asked if they knew who killed the president. They responded by pointing fingers at other mobsters, saying that it must have been them that did it. No one was copying to knowing exactly who made the decision to pull the trigger and kill the president. Conspiracy theorists pointed out that the FBI must be involved also, because it failed to follow up on many leads in the assassination. Why was the FBI ignoring the mountain of evidence that the conspiracy community had gathered? The FBI had taken over the investigation from the Dallas police, and they seemed uninterested in following up on most of the theories and evidence being put forth by private investigators. It was as if the investigation was over with the findings of the Warren Commission, and that was it. They would spend no more time after that looking into the killing. Of course, all lack of interest in further investigation by the FBI only fueled more conspiracy theories. Was the FBI involved in the cover-up of the murder of the president? It seemed like it might be true. It was well known that J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, hated the Kennedys. Was he involved, somehow, in the murder? Things that these very good researchers discovered has merit. As we shall see, they misinterpret this odd evidence. One of the largest problems working with the Zapruder film is that there were no good prints of it. All the purloined films were copies of copies, and they had massive grain buildup, making the film difficult to view. This was cleared up slightly with the release of the DVD in 1997. But even that copy was filled with imperfections, as James Fetzer has pointed out. In recent years, technology has been created that allows filmmakers to take very old films and process them to get rid of flaws of age and time, fading color, scratches. These technologies can even fill in lost and missing frames. Many old films are being saved by this newly emerging technology. What would happen if the Zapruder film was recreated using this new technology? Jay Widener is a filmmaker and writer and has been making films for over 50 years. He has been involved in over 1,000 hours of production. He is also very familiar with the physical effects used in movies. We asked him to look at the Zapruder film.
I not only made films, but I was an expert on physical effects. Been making films for over 50 years, and what we call in-the-camera effects. A person will have a car accident, and so you have a real car accident. You have two cars that run into each other. That's a physical effect. Now, there's nothing done in post. It's not digital. The cars are really getting wrecked. Same thing with a person falling from a building. You know, you don't see them hit the ground, but they fall onto a bunch of boxes or mattresses. That's what a physical effect is. And so physical effects are now kind of going by the wayside as digital effects are taking over. They're cheaper, safer. My knowledge of physical effects gave me a peculiar ability to see things in the Zapruder film that I think a lot of other people miss. A lot of experts and conspiracy researchers. If there's a splice in a film, that means that probably something has been altered and they're trying to remove it. So there is a splice in the Zapruder film. There's two splices in the Zapruder film. Time Life magazine, which owned the Zapruder film, did not tell the Warren Commission when they gave them a copy of the Zapruder film that there were two splices in it. Now this is evidence being used in the murder of the President of the United States, and this evidence has been altered. There's frames missing from the Zapruder film at splice 212. There's frames 208, 209, 210, and 211 are missing from the Zapruder film. And this is obstruction of justice. This is interfering with evidence, interfering with an investigation. They have to tell the Warren Commission that there's two splices in that film. They have to tell the Warren Commission exactly how those two splices occurred and who was responsible for it. We do not know the name of the technician who caused the damage. And furthermore, it took them 4 years after the assassination for Time Life to admit there was any splices in the Zapruder. And then they take their limousine to go ostensibly to Dealey Plaza to the parade. And we can see there's no more than maybe 100 to 200 people. It's lunchtime, sunny day in Dallas, downtown Dallas. There's literally thousands of people working in the office buildings, and yet they can only muster up a couple of hundred maybe people to watch the rock star president and his wife. And then after the splice at 212, we hardly see anyone in Dealey Plaza watching the president. Maybe 8 people or 9 people behind him in that little park behind the limo, but that's all we see. It's not only the crowd that did a vanishing act here in Dealey Plaza, but Dallas had 3 network affiliates. They had NBC, CBS, and ABC, and they did the vanishing act too. It's absolutely stunning that neither of those 3 networks with affiliates in Dallas would not have sent a cameraman down to film the president, the rock star president, and his wife, his beautiful wife. But they didn't. Otherwise, we'd have 4 films of the assassination. We'd have Zapruder, and then the ABC, the CBS, and the NBC cameraman would have their film too, but we don't. But they did. There is a cameraman. He's clearly a news cameraman. He has a 16mm Bolex, and he's filming bystanders right after the assassination. Why wasn't this cameraman shooting the parade, which is right behind him? But he doesn't. He shoots the bystanders who are panicking because of the assassination. A high-quality copy of the Zapruder film, and I watched it. So there's 2 versions of the Zapruder film. The government version, the official version, the Warren Commission version, says John F. Kennedy's limo emerges from behind the Stemmons Freeway sign. Lee Harvey Oswald, from the 6th floor book depository, uses a high-powered rifle, shoots John F. Kennedy in the back of the neck. A couple seconds later, he gets off another round and shoots Kennedy in the back of the head. He fires a round in between those 2 shots that misses. This is the official government line. 3 shots, 2 hit, 1 miss. A bolt-action rifle in 6 seconds, 3 times, is unbelievable, period. The conspiracy theorists say that as the limousine emerges from behind the Stemmons Freeway sign, a person who's behind the fence, behind the pergola, uses a high-powered rifle and shoots Kennedy in the front of the neck, here. And then a couple seconds later, fires another round and hits him on the side of the head. So they say that there was only 2 shots fired. Not one person in Dealey Plaza or anywhere else in Dallas that day saw a man firing a rifle. Not from the book depository, not from behind the pergola, not from anywhere. No one saw a man firing a rifle anywhere that day, period. A .30 caliber rifle, a high-powered rifle, is really loud. The cutting through the air that the gigantic bullet makes is one of the scariest sounds that the human ear can hear. Bullet traveling at 800 or 900 miles an hour, cutting through the air right over your head or right near your ear, no one reacts to the guns going off. If you look at Google Earth at Dealey Plaza, you'll see that the conspiracy theorists say that the shooter was behind the fence that's behind the pergola. If you look on Google Earth, you'll see that that's only about 40 feet away from where the car is on Elm Street. 40 feet away is 13 yards, okay? That is not very far. Everybody in Dealey Plaza would have heard the gun going off. They would have all been hitting the ground and tried to see who was firing the gun. So the shooter would have been identified almost immediately as soon as Kennedy's doing something, like putting his hands up to about here. That gesture of putting his hands here is what makes all of the theories say that he had a wound to the neck and he was gripping it. If you watch carefully, though, his hands actually don't go to the neck. And then I watch, and you can clearly see he goes like this. He places something on his right cheek. He brings the hand down, and you can clearly see right here, there's something there. And it's casting a shadow in the high noon sun. Then Jackie, who's really not paying any attention to John, suddenly after a couple of seconds, with this thing on his face, on his cheek, she comes around, and now they're kind of face to face with each other, and you can see her shoulder coming up and lifting. The limousine kind of drifts below the bottom of the frame, and just as it drifts below the bottom of the frame, and then his head explodes. Jackie gets out of the car, does something strange on the trunk of the car, gets back into the car, and the car speeds away, presumably going to Parkland Hospital. Well, squibs have been around for hundreds of years. They were used in stage plays in Europe, for explosions and stab wounds or whatever, make it look more real. But squibs for movies really started in the 1940s. A Polish filmmaker used it for the first time. Then it was used a few times in the 50s and the early 60s. So what a squib is, it's a device that simulates a gunshot wound to the body. How a squib works is this. It has the metal plate, which is at the bottom. That is here. This protects the actor from the slight explosion of the gunpowder. Then over the top of the plate is a thin layer of gunpowder with a triggering device. It creates a spark. And then over that is you place your fake blood and a prophylactic that surrounds the whole thing. What happens is that you'll put stickum on the back of the metal plate. You'll place it on the body here, and then the string is strung down frequently through the leg, and a technician will be down on the floor on his belly, and he'll pull the squib at the right moment, and the actor reacts. The squib goes off, and it looks very effective. People screaming in the theaters from it and thinking they actually saw somebody get their brains blown out. When I watch the Zapruder film, what I see is that as the car emerges from the Stemmons freeway sign, I see that Jack is already in the process of placing this thing on his cheek. This thing that he's placing on his cheek, to me, looks like a device that they use in Hollywood to simulate a gunshot wound. It's called a squib. Has a string on it that, when pulled, activates the squib and causes it to explode, and fake blood comes out. What I see is Jackie coming around to the front of JFK, reaching forward, then conveniently everything drops to the bottom of the frame so we can't see her left hand and what it's doing, and I see that she's pulling the string on the squib that JFK has just placed on his right cheek, causing it to explode. JFK conveniently falls down into the well of the car, but before he falls into the well of the car and after the explosion, for a brief second you can see the side of his head. And what you see is, you see reflecting in the afternoon sunlight, you can see the squib roll up like a window shade up his cheek and flying off his cheek. And that's what Jackie is retrieving. She's retrieving the plate from the squib because it's evidence of fakery. She gets up. She doesn't even care that her husband has just been shot in the head right next to her. She lets him fall into the seat, and then she gets up and she grabs what I believe is the metal plate. I believe Secret Service agent Clint Hill also saw the metal plate flying, so he must have known what was going on. He may have even retrieved the plate and hands it to her. Either way, she grabs it and then jumps back in the car and it speeds away. Somehow, JFK became acquainted with this squib technology and used it. Jackie came by, she pulled the string. Nowadays, squibs have remote control, so you don't need the string anymore. But in those days, something that would get the flint to spark, to ignite the gunpowder, to cause the minor explosion, and cause the blood and whatever things you have mixed in with the blood to explode outward, looking very effective. If you look at the Zapruder film, you will see that Kennedy's head does not start moving exactly when the explosion happens. It's a frame or two after. It's a frame or two after. That cannot be. His head would have started moving the minute that thing exploded, if it was a bullet. It would have pushed him immediately. There would have been no resistance by him. He could not have resisted a fast-moving bullet. And there would have been probably 6 or 7 quarts of blood all splattered all through that car. Jackie would be drenched in blood. It would be serious. That's just the neck wound. You couple that with a head wound, now you got blood everywhere, okay? And yet you don't see any blood. John Connolly gets interviewed about 5 days after the assassination from his hospital room, says that he looked back after the shot rang out and he saw blood and brain matter all over the back trunk of the limousine. Well, first off, if you watch the Zapruder film, he never turns his head all the way around in order to be able to see what's on the trunk. All right, so he makes no motions of looking at the trunk. Secondly, you can see the trunk, and there's no brain matter. There's no blood anywhere. In fact, there's no blood anywhere in the whole frame, outside of the explosion. James Fetzer sees the squib on the side of Kennedy's face and thinks that it's been airbrushed there, that he calls it the blob. And he thinks that somehow it's been airbrushed. Well, an 8mm frame is about this big. How you're going to airbrush something that small? So that's clearly, it's not airbrushed. He would say, oh, they blew it up and then they airbrushed it and then reduced it again. I'm sure you would say that, but it's not that. It's the squib. And because James Fetzer doesn't know what a squib is, he can't tell you what it is. What they did was they concluded it was a hoax because they kept seeing all the high weirdness that I'm describing to you, but because they weren't associated or have any knowledge of squib technology and motion picture technology, they didn't know what they were looking at. And the same thing is true with all the conspiracy theorists and all of the government theorists, including the Warren Commission. They didn't know in 1963 what a squib was. There might have been 8 or 9 people on Earth that actually knew what a squib was or how it operated at the time. So they reached the conclusion, the symposium and the book reached the conclusion that the Zapruder film had been hoaxed, but it hasn't been hoaxed. It's been changed. It's been optically, after the splice, it's been optically changed. The changes that were made to the Zapruder film after the splice were done to hide Jackie pulling the string. So what they did is they created what they call a traveling mat. They matted out the entire background, isolated the limousine, and then slightly reduced it in size so they could lower it into the frame. The reason that you can see that this is what happened is because the people in the background behind the limousine are as big as the people in the limousine, or maybe bigger. And that can't be, because if you're further away from the camera, you're smaller. It wasn't Zapruder that didn't keep the Kennedys in the center of the frame. He probably did. But later, when they saw the string being pulled, they realized that they had to optically recreate the film, lower the limousine down in the frame to hide Jackie doing that, and hide the film forever and hope no one ever saw it, which is what they thought. And they were hiding the film so anyone who did know how a squib operated would not be able to see it, because Time Life had kept the film under wraps for over 30 years. The autopsy pictures of the JFK assassination were finally released, and they were completely at variance with what the Zapruder film showed. The Zapruder film shows, of course, a bullet hitting the right side of JFK's head, but the autopsy pictures show the wound here and no wound here. So that kind of upset a lot of people and also caused people to think that the Zapruder film was a hoax.
Given, but I emphatically deny these charges.
Lee Harvey Oswald killed 2 people that day on November 22nd. One was, of course, John F. Kennedy, they say, and the second one was Dallas police officer Jefferson Davis, or J.D. Tippit. J.D. Tippit had a nickname on the Dallas police force, and his nickname was JFK. Why? Because J.D. Tippit looked exactly like John F. Kennedy. He was what they call a dead ringer. Quite a coincidence that Lee Harvey Oswald kills 2 people that day in Dallas that look exactly like each other. The body in the autopsy, the body that gets examined at Parkland, is not John F. Kennedy, but is in fact J.D. Tippit. That J.D. Tippit was murdered earlier. The facts around his murder, which are so muddled, they are muddled because the murder that the witnesses saw was staged. The Dallas police mysteriously receive a phone call from an anonymous source saying that a mysterious man has ducked into this movie theater right near where J.D. Tippit was supposedly shot. So the Dallas police go into the movie theater and they find Lee Harvey Oswald in there watching a movie. There's a brief scuffle. Oswald gets punched. They arrest Lee Harvey Oswald. And then that night, they bring him out for a J.D. Tippit. Then a reporter says, yeah, but what about shooting the president? And you can clearly see that Oswald does not know the president's been shot. He says that he isn't involved in shooting the president. Well, in between the time he was arrested and that press conference, they gave Oswald a paraffin test in which it was proven they had not fired a rifle. The Dallas police knew that he didn't fire a rifle, but they kept the charges on him anyway. Oswald's death itself is quite strange. On Sunday, 2 days after the assassination, and as he's being moved and going through the parking lot, nightclub owner Jack Ruby, who has ties to the Chicago mob, suddenly comes in and kills Oswald by shooting him in the abdomen. That famous shot of Ruby shooting Oswald. There's another shot of Ruby shooting Oswald that no one ever talks about, and that's this shot. And if we look to the right in the upper frame, we see A very professional microphone has been placed there. Now, why would a microphone be placed there if Oswald is just passing through? What would be the point? You would only put a microphone there if something significant was going to happen below that microphone. So whoever put the microphone there knew that something significant was going to happen. And that thing that happened is Ruby shooting Oswald. Now, somewhere between Oswald's press conference and the walk through the garage, Oswald gets a black sweater. I don't know where he got it from, but he gets a black sweater. So he's got a black sweater on. But that's very convenient because in those days, everything was black and white, all the newsreel footage and everything. So when the cameras are cranking and they show Ruby shooting Oswald with his black sweater, you're not going to see any blood because the black sweater is going to absorb it all. And again, Oswald just falls backwards and again disappears completely. We never see him again. Oswald was given an autopsy the next day, Monday, November 25th, and there were no photographs taken of Oswald's autopsy, which is very strange.
Attention all squad. The suspect in the shooting at Elm in Houston is reported to be an unknown white male, approximately 30, slender build, height 5 feet 10 inches, weight 165 pounds, reported to be armed with what is thought to be a 30 caliber rifle.
Well, it was a 30 caliber rifle used in the shooting, that's for sure. The problem here is that they didn't discover the 30 caliber rifle until a couple hours after the assassination, not a couple seconds after it. So how did the person who wrote the bulletin get this information? Oswald never left with the gun either. The gun was stashed in a box on the 6th floor depository. So he didn't have the gun with him. This bulletin is probably very likely the reason why J.D. Tippit pulled over whoever it was that was walking down the street, because everybody was suspicious because the president had just been shot. So that in itself is an amazing thing. That bulletin got out and with all that really valuable information on it that no one could have known.
The situation is about nobody has told me anything except that I'm accused of murdering a policeman. I know nothing more than that. I do request someone to come forward.
Oswald was originally arrested for the murder of J.D. Tippit based on the call from the anonymous source that he was in the movie theater. And Oswald also says during his press conference that he uses the word, he calls himself a patsy, which is a very interesting word, to use because it has a very specific meaning in that you're being put up for a crime that you didn't commit. Tippit had already been murdered before that, murdered in the back of the head and shot in the neck, 2 shots. They wanted to make it look like J.D. Tippit had been killed by Oswald, make it look like J.D. Tippit was killed after Kennedy, when actually he was killed before Kennedy. It would make total sense for the Secret Service to put a little bulletproof chamber in there with a trap door through the seat to allow the president to escape danger in the middle of a very bad circumstance. Say, a bomb going off or somebody shooting or someone trying to kidnap the president, right? And of course, if there is a panic room or a secret room in the trunk of the car, then you would have to keep it secret because otherwise it's useless. Tippit was killed somewhere between Dallas Airport and Dealey Plaza. They picked up Tippit's body, put it in the little chamber in the trunk of the limousine. Kennedy goes through the plaza. He puts the squib on his cheek. Jackie pulls the string. It goes off. He falls into the car. The car speeds away. And now in the 8-minute drive between Dealey Plaza and Parkland Hospital, Tippit is brought out from the panic room. JFK is put back in the panic room. The blood on the seat and on Jackie are from Tippit because no one was actually shot. By the time they get to Parkland Hospital, the body is Tippit. They say that he's got a giant wound to the back of the head. They put the body on the airplane, on Air Force One. It's taken to Bethesda Hospital. Again, it's autopsied at Bethesda Hospital by doctors who really don't know what they're doing anyway. And the whole time it's Tippit. Did anybody do a fingerprint check on that body, see if it was really JFK? Anybody do teeth check? Make sure it's no. Oh, you did that. It was a closed casket. Nobody saw it ever again. And J.D. Tippit is, sadly enough, the only person that died that day. Yeah, so in 1991, Oliver Stone made his fantastic movie JFK, which examines a lot of the theories around the Kennedy assassination. It's just a really well-made film, like one of the best-made films ever, I have to say. And he has to have seen the squib. He did Platoon just a few years earlier than this, in which there's literally hundreds of squibs going off. And so he had to know that it was a squib. Now I'm cutting Oliver a break here, okay? Because the way that a film works is you write the screenplay, and then you go get money, and then you make the film. Okay, so he did not have a high quality version of the Zapruder film. None of us did, until he was months into production. Okay, so what he did was he paid Time Life $80,000 to have a really good high quality version of the Zapruder film made. This took a while. So he's in pre-production working, making the film. He wrote the script fully thinking that, you know, there had been a killer or shooter in the grassy knoll, and he was writing it that way. And then, you know, he gets the high quality version of the Zapruder film, and he watches it. He's already millions of dollars into this project, right? He sees the Zapruder film. This is what I think happened. He sees the squib. He's probably flabbergasted, probably deflated, because it's kind of Kennedy faking his death is much more deflating than a violent assassination in the town square. And he was kind of forced to stick with the original storyline. I would really like to talk to Oliver Stone about this. The Secret Service and the FBI quickly gather up all the photographs, the movie films, everything taken by the bystanders near the point where the assassination supposedly took place. All right, they're doing that because they want to make sure that nobody gets a photograph of Kennedy putting the squib on and everything. The only person that's allowed to have their film be seen is Abraham Zapruder. Okay, we don't know about all the rest of the stuff. Fell into a black hole, disappeared forever. We'll never know what was taken that day. We know that there's a film of the Secret Service being instructed by their superior to back away from the limousine, which Jack was a really good researcher who started out as a conspiracy theorist and then later became the non-conspiracy theorist. But what he did was he took one of the photographs that had not been confiscated from the Kennedy assassination, and he started examining it, and he took one little part of this Polaroid, black and white Polaroid photograph, about this big of an area, and he blew it up, and he started looking, and then he added color. He thought he saw a grainy, impressionistic photo of a police officer or someone with a badge on shooting a gun right towards the president. Gary Mack, this is his work, Gary Mack later said that that wasn't true. There wasn't enough information in the photograph for him to reach those conclusions, and him changing the color, of course, who knew what the colors were? So he was just arbitrarily choosing what colors he wanted to make everything, and he eventually realized that he kind of cheated a little bit with the badge man photo. And I think that was one of the things that caused him to turn on the conspiracy. And he realized, first off, that you could take a scant amount of evidence and build a gigantic conspiracy around it. And then hundreds of other conspirators join in, and soon this thing, which is based on flimsy evidence, is now religious doctrine in the conspiracy community. But the FBI absolutely refuses to follow up on hundreds of different leads after the assassination. Everything from the guy that supposedly got a chip hit from a bullet fragment, they don't follow up on that one. They don't follow up on many witnesses and what they had to say, leading conspiracy theorists to believe that the FBI must be involved in a cover-up of the Kennedy assassination. But they're not. They know what happened, and they don't care. Why bother following up on leads when you know that's not what happened? So the reason that the FBI is not following up on all these great leads is because the FBI doesn't want to waste their energy and their resources following up on stuff that isn't true. Kennedy had already been warned earlier that somebody was going to try to do a hit on him from a high-rise office building, so that to make you think that the Secret Service would even be more willing and ready to make sure that every window was closed. It's almost as if they didn't really care. That's what the whole scene looks like. But they were definitely told to back away. And so procedures for Secret Service, when a car is in the open like that, Clint Eastwood actually made a movie about this, is the Secret Service agent runs with the car right next to the president. So it should have been a Secret Service agent running with the car, blocking the president's body from any projectiles coming through, sacrificing their own life to protect the president, which is what they're supposed to be doing. But this is the only time that the Secret Service is called completely off from protecting the perimeter of the limousine, and they're hanging actually way back behind the limousine. And the conspiracy theorists say, oh, they knew that there was going to be an assassination and they didn't want to get hit by the bullets, so they went and backed up, but that's not what happened. What happened is they were being protected from being witnesses to the squib. You wanted as few people to see that squib being put on the face and going off as possible, which is also why the crowds are so sparse. They purposely made sure that only a certain number of people got into that area where this was going to happen, and so that there would be fewer witnesses. They did ask members of the mob after the assassination, high-ranking members of the mob, not low guys, if they knew who shot Kennedy, right? And every mobster points at other mobsters, and so it must have been them. It must have been Johnny Rossellini who did it, because I didn't do it, right? But he must have done it. He had a gripe against the Kennedys. And so the mob's all pointing at each other. But here's the thing. The mob is really mad at the Kennedys for investigating organized crime. So they have a motive in shooting and killing Kennedy, right? Kennedy knows this. His father was in the mob. They know everything that's going on, all right? Kennedy knows that the mob has a hit out on him, all right? Maybe several hits out on him. So what I think he did was he decided to supersede the mob and do it himself, get out of the presidency, and the mob would not really know what happened, except that one of them had done it, but everyone was keeping their mouth shut. And so no one knew who did it. And the mob people themselves expressed surprise that they haven't heard the rumors about who actually did it, because they're all talking to each other. They all know everything's going on. And so they knew that there was a hit on Kennedy. They thought that one of them had done the hit on Kennedy and had successfully kept it hidden from even them. Kennedy's great benefit is that his family is protected now. They would frequently kill your wife and kids before they killed you, just to really rub it in on you. So Kennedy was probably really afraid of that. So he decided to do it himself for whatever reason, but whatever reason it was, it stopped the mob from going any further. I just want to reiterate that the people who have been examining the Kennedy assassination, no matter who they are wrong. Wrong not because they did a bad investigation, they're wrong because they're ignorant of what a squib is and how it works. I hope that my explanation for how a squib works will make them see that Kennedy faked his own death for whatever reason.
Is there any other evidence that the entire event was faked? On November 27th, just 5 days after being shot in the back with a high-powered rifle, Governor John Connally gave this interview.
What other reflections have you had, Governor? Only that maybe, Martin, that the President of the United States, as a result of this great tragedy, it is nothing more than a manifestation of an extremism on both sides that basically is the genesis of our self-destruction if we're ever going to be destroyed. I'm not the least fearful of any foreign enemy, so long as we have within ourselves not hate, but human understanding, not passion and prejudice, but reason and tolerance, and not ignorance, but knowledge, and the willingness to use that knowledge. This is the only answer I can give, Martin, why he's gone and I'm not. Thank you, Governor.
He appears to be in fairly good condition considering what he claims to have had happen. One would think that he would have been on painkillers and other drugs, having been shot in the back by a high-powered rifle just a few days earlier. But he appears very sober, clear-headed, and healthy. Listen to this phone call made 10 days after the assassination between Jacqueline Kennedy and the new president, LBJ.
Mr. President?
I just wanted you to know you were loved, and by so many and so much.
Oh, Mr.
I'm one
President,
of them.
I tried. I didn't dare bother you again, but I got Kenny O'Donnell over here to give you a message. If he ever saw you, did he give it to you yet?
No.
About my letter that was waiting for me last night?
Listen, sweetie, now, the first thing you got to learn, you got some things to learn, and one of them is that you don't bother me. You give me strength.
But I wasn't going to send you in one more letter, and I was
Don't
just
send
scared
me
you'd
anything.
answer.
Don't send me anything. You just come over and put your arm around me. That's all you do. When you haven't got anything else to do, let's take a walk. Let's walk around the backyard and just let me tell you how much you mean to all of us and how we can carry on if you give us a little
But
strength.
you know what I want to say to you about that letter? I know how rare a letter is in a president's handwriting. Do you know that I've got more in your handwriting than I do in Jack's now?
Oh, what? Well,
And for you to write it at this time and then to send me that thing today of, you know, your tape announcement and everything.
I want you to just know this, that I told my mama a long time ago when everybody else gave up about my election in 48.
Yeah.
My mother and my wife and my sisters and you females got a lot of courage that we men don't have. And so we have to rely on you and depend on you, and you got something to do. You got the president relying on you, and this is not the first one you had. So there are not many women, you know, run around with a good many presidents. So you just bear that in mind. You got the biggest job of your
She
life.
ran around with 2 presidents. That's what they'll say about me. Okay, anytime.
Goodbye, darling.
Thank you for
Bye.
calling, Mr. President.
Bye, sweetie.
Goodbye.
Do come back.
I will.
This is the first time they have spoken since the killing of her husband. LBJ doesn't spend a moment consoling her about her loss. Even weirder, she isn't sad and doesn't appear to be mourning. But perhaps the strangest part of this phone call is that President Lyndon Johnson, LBJ, is apparently coming on to Jackie Kennedy and is trying to have sex with her. As he was being sworn in for president on Air Force One in Dallas, LBJ was given a wink and a smile by Congressman Albert Thomas. Many found this rude and inappropriate, especially with Jackie standing right next to LBJ. Perhaps in the context of actually understanding what really just occurred, the wink may have been appropriate. Boston University history professor Robert Dallek was visiting the Kennedys at the White House shortly after the Bay of Pigs incident. Quote, he had heard a lecture at the White House by distinguished historian David Herbert Donald, a Lincoln Civil War expert. Unquote. Professor Dallek said, quote, at that lecture, Kennedy asked Donald if Lincoln, with his reputation, had lived, be as great as it is. Donald said, probably not, because he would have had to wrestle with the post-Civil War era. Unquote. Dalek remembers that this information had a profound effect on JFK. Perhaps he wanted a legacy, also similar to Lincoln's. On March 14, 1967, JFK's body was quietly exhumed from his grave at Arlington Cemetery and moved to another location. What was the real reason for exhuming the president's body in the middle of the night without telling anyone? No reason has ever been given for this action. If JFK faked his death, the question becomes why? Perhaps it was for a number of reasons. Perhaps the mob had put out a hit on him in early 1963. Perhaps there were other rumors of assassinations that we have never heard about. It is not well known, but JFK was suffering from Addison's disease. He was in constant pain and had to wear a brace on his neck. Possibly he had been told he had a limited period of time left and he didn't want to spend that time being president. It was also well known that the marriage between JFK and Jackie was on the rocks. Things had cooled considerably over the course of the presidency, with both of them having affairs. JFK's sexual escapades are legendary. It was said that he bedded Marilyn Monroe, Judith Exner, who had mob ties, and other women. But there was one woman that JFK was seeing in private that he may have fallen in love with. It was well known that one of JFK's mistresses was Mary Pinchot Meyer, a beautiful socialite in the Washington, D.C. setting. In 1945, Mary married Cord Meyer, who later became head of the CIA. Her sister Toni would marry CIA asset and eventual editor of the Washington Post, Benjamin Bradley. Ben Bradley would later bring down another president, President Nixon, when he published damaging information concerning the Watergate burglary, leading eventually to Nixon's resignation. On October 12, 1964, just 11 months after JFK's fake assassination, Mary Pinchot Meyer was murdered, and her murder has many odd elements to it. It was around 12:30 on a sunny afternoon, and Mary was taking her usual afternoon walk on the DC towpath. Two men, Henry Wiggins and William Branch, who were working near the towpath on a car, heard two gunshots and a woman crying out, "Someone help me." They looked across the canal and saw a man with a gun standing over a woman laying on the path. Wiggins ran to call the police. The man was later arrested by police and identified as Ray Crump Jr. This is where things start to get weird. Wiggins made the call to the police at between 12:23 and 12:25, but the prosecutor reports that the police arrived at 12:24. It is as if they knew about the murder before it occurred. Furthermore, no ambulance was called in. How could they know she was 100% dead? If there was a remote chance at saving her life, shouldn't they try and do everything they can? The police are not doctors. Why was just the homicide squad called in after getting notified by the police? Other high weirdness is the fact that they could not find the car that Wiggins claims he was working on. The two men, Wiggins and Branch, were joined by a third witness, William Mitchell, who passed by Mary while jogging. These are the only three people who witnessed anything close to the event. It turns out later that Mitchell was an alias for a man who worked at the CIA. No record of his identity was ever found, and we don't know why he was near her when she was supposedly murdered. Did both JFK and Mary Pinchot Meyer fake their deaths so they could be together? The fact that she had serious connections with the Washington, D.C. establishment and that her ex-husband had been the head of the CIA would give one pause to consider. Also, the idea that an ex-wife of the head of the CIA can be mysteriously murdered in public in broad daylight and no one is ever convicted. But the strangest part of this story, and one pertinent to the narrative being constructed, is the story of young journalist Vance Morrow. Vance heard the police report of Wiggins' phone call concerning the murder. Right nearby, he ran to the scene, getting there before anybody else. He reported seeing no blood on Mary Pinchot Meyer's body. He wrote about this in the Smithsonian Magazine. She was shot twice and yet no blood at the scene. Frankly, the photos that were taken look staged. It has also been reported that CIA counterintelligence officer James Jesus Angleton broke into Mary's house that same afternoon and stole her diary. Did Mary fake her death also so that she could join her lover in some faraway land? There is enough strangeness around the death of Mary Pinchot Meyer to give one pause for reflection. There were rumors at the time, mostly in the tabloids, that JFK was alive and well and living on Aristotle Onassis' island Scorpius. The fact that soon after the assassination, his wife Jackie would marry Aristotle Onassis lends some credence to these rumors. We will probably never figure out exactly why JFK faked his death. We do know that this event had a very negative effect both on the citizens of the country and on the political system as well. It is a tragedy that a leader with the charisma and charm of John F. Kennedy decided to leave his position as president and also leave behind his past life. Perhaps after almost 60 years of pain and struggle, we, as a country, can finally put the issue to rest.
Well, what do you guys think? That might be the most logical explanation I've seen thus far, really. It explains a lot, really. Just the pieces that never made sense before. And I had read that before. I had heard people present that theory that he had faked his death, but that's the most detail I've ever seen on it. So that was a damn good documentary, I'd say. I hope you guys enjoyed it and learned something from it. It's pretty cool. I would say he knew all those people were after him, you know. It's not out of the realm of, wanting to live over wanting to be a president that's at risk of death. I imagine it was a hard thing to do, really, and his son pretty much had to do the same thing as well. And I wonder if Robert Kennedy also did the same thing. It would make perfect sense. It also explained why the files are kind of choppy, and it would explain how compelling it all is. That one guy used the word compelling. Fascinating, really. I'm glad we ended up watching that. We can always watch Field McConnell and turn to that Johnny Gosh story tomorrow. But yeah, that was a really good documentary. So I'll have to see if I can put that up somewhere. If we can watch that again, I'll hold on to it at least. Definitely a good one. I'm glad somebody put together that documentary and in such detail, because, there's one of those theories out there that just hadn't been very organized. It very much looks like he opens his jacket and then pulls that squib out, maybe, a hidden area and applies it to his face, and that would mean Abraham Zapruder was kind of in on it because he made sure that the camera angle went down, and that's pretty amazing, isn't it? We're going to have to go back over everything now. I'm going to see if I can find anything on Robert Kennedy's death potentially being faked as well. Maybe we'll watch that tomorrow. It's been a pretty fascinating 4 hours, hasn't it, guys? Class is almost dismissed. I'm glad we can learn things together, really. That's the whole point of all this. I wonder how long the deep state believed it, I guess, would be the question. Of course, like he said, the FBI didn't investigate it because they knew it was fake. What if there's more people in on a fight against a deeper deep state? Like, what if it's deeper deep than we ever thought? And follow me here on this. This is going to be way out there, I'm telling you. Someone proposed this the other day. What if Israel is in on it too, in a way that where everything we've thought they've been doing is kind of one thing, maybe it's all been another. Like, maybe they're not on this evil side of things. I don't know. It's whack. It goes back so far. That's the thing you got to realize. Even the breakaway civilization like Juan talked about, like, think of your people that went down to Antarctica, but don't think of your Nazi people that went there after the war. He's talking about like 1700s, I'm pretty sure, which is when the Illuminati started. Some far out stuff right there, guys. Nobody really knows how deep the hole goes, but we're going to keep digging, aren't we? I'm glad our show didn't get messed up for too long today. We had a rough beginning there, didn't we? But we figured it out. Fundamentum Veritatis, the title of today's episode. It means a foundation of truth, which is what we have to build this country on, this future on, everything. The truth is what matters now, and it's all a matter of time, I think. It's just a matter of time. It's exciting time we live in, isn't it? Annoying a bit to look back and realize that all that stuff we thought we knew was really a bunch of hoo-ha. I don't know, though. I have so many questions about, like, you know, everything. I know you guys do too, but I think you learned a lot. And I get how incredible it is to you, because I grew up, even at my age, at almost 40, hearing the Kennedy story over and over and over and over and over again, just like the Manson story over and over again. And then you start hearing these news stories about, oh, maybe Roman Polanski was sacrificing his wife, and then something like the Johnny Gosch story from the 80s you hear over and over and over, and then you hear yesterday, like, oh, maybe there's a little bit more to it. So that's what we're kind of starting to explore here, and I'm having fun with it, really. We're learning a lot of much deeper things. We dug deep into the Martin Luther King stuff in yesterday's episode. If you didn't see it, you should check it out. you should definitely subscribe because we're going to have fun no matter what. We're going to keep diving and digging, and we have our rough days. We're not professionals here. It's just me. So there's that. I'm not monetized. We're just about learning. That's the most important thing, the foundation of truth. We all need that in our lives, and for the betterment of our children and the betterment of our future educational systems that we're going to have. So awesome stuff. That was good stuff. I hope every show's getting better. I'm trying to really dig for stuff like we watched today and yesterday, and so who knows what tomorrow will bring. Well, I do, actually. I have some ideas, but we talked about them already. So anyway, all that being said, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I kind of do need to show the Alina Habba clip, but there's an interesting Antarctica video, since we were just talking about Antarctica. I've been testing out these deep fakes. We were talking about earlier maybe why Juan doesn't show his face. The more you show your face in videos and images, the easier it is to deep fake you, or to make a deep fake video of you. And there's these deep fake testers out there online where you can put a video, upload it, and it'll tell you if it thinks it's fake or not. It's really hard to tell if they're at all accurate or not. I tested out a couple of videos last night. I'll show you one of them. This is supposed to be land around Antarctica. Real enough, but maybe it was in Antarctica, who knows. It's so easy to fake stuff now, so easy. Man, I need a better light in here, pointing the right direction. I'll get the lighting figured out. Anyway, so again, I know there's times people think we're not moving fast enough, but just remember how incredibly fast he is dismantling the federal government, agency by agency, thousands of jobs by thousands of jobs every single day. So that is what he promised. Power back to the people. So we'll keep up with it. We'll keep watching it. We'll keep up with the news. We'll keep going, folks. And with that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless you and much, much love. Thank you for being here, hanging out, being good patriots that are interested in learning and sharing with people. Share this video anywhere you want. And maybe I can figure out a place other than Telegram to post that video we just watched, so you guys can share it. So anyway, that's all I got for you, folks. Again, God bless you all. I will see you guys tomorrow evening, like always. I'm gonna have to do some skipping on this intro so I don't get hit with the copyright again. I don't know what did it last time. God bless you, folks. We'll see. If they cut the video off now, Who cares? It's over. Night, guys.
Hey, what's up, America? The IRS and people paying taxes. Well, now the IRS is reporting that because of Doge cuts, a lot of people aren't paying their taxes or filing. Yeah, that's right. Go fuck yourself, IRS. Yeah, you've been stealing from us for years. You can kiss my fucking ass. How's that sound? Oh no, people aren't filing taxes like they should. Oh, what do you gotta do? Why don't you cry about it, asshole? Yeah, I've been paying taxes for over 10 years and you've been sending me letter after letter trying to practically knock down my door for owing barely anything, but you were fucking relentless, weren't you? So I hope nobody pays you. I hope nobody files. I hope it just fucking collapses like the fall of Rome. You get every bit of that you deserve. I hope they fire everybody, get rid of the IRS, and get rid of income tax totally. You know what you can do, IRS? You can suck a fuck.
If you don't, we will find you, and we will deport you. You will never return. For too long, weak politicians left our borders wide open. They flooded our communities with drugs, human trafficking, and violent criminals. They put American lives at risk. Well, those days are over. America's borders are closed to lawbreakers.
Philadelphia.